Savannah was at the divisional race last weekend working for NHRA. Does a fine job in staging and tower work. Up against Kerry Carpenter in the Z28. Savannah, a 1234 at 108. Kerry, a 1390 right at 100. A couple of cars on file here. A little VW. Jeep Grand Cherokee in the right lane. VW holding its own down there. Jeep slowly pulling away. 1383 for the Jeep at 102. The VW 1405 at 101. Sportsman's, you can use 7 and 8. So Sportsman's, you're already in 5 and 6. Overflow into 7 and 8. Jody Hampton up next in a Malibu wagon. Camaro on the right side. Jody Hampton, 1338 at 98. Camaro in the right lane goes 1811 at 75. Herman Zender in the Mustang convertible. His brother's car. Joe usually behind the wheel there. Steve Weedy, 79 Trans Am. Gets there first at 1272 at 109. Herman goes to 1381 right at 100. It's like our final car here in the Street Eliminator. Paul Winters. Going right into Sportsman Eliminator. Pro ET, you're on standby. Pro ET, standby if you recall. Mike Kersey out first in the Olds Cutlass. Currently in a three-way tie for fourth here. Up against Ulysses Martinez. Pair of Oldsmobiles on the line. Good race to the 8th mile. Mike Kersey, 1107 at 120. Ulysses runs 1170 at 112. Up next, current points leader Fred Trombley. In a tie with Marty Pixler for first place here. Up against Tim Railsbeck. 79 Mustang. Fred Trombley in his trusty 78 Nova goes to 12.16 at 109. Tim goes to 13.34 at 101. Riley Abel, hatchback Mustang. Larry McMullen, one of my favorite Sportsman's cars, the 78 AMC Pacer. Cool little car from down in Elwood, Illinois. Larry, 001 red, close on the tree. Keep an eye out for him later today. Pacer goes through a 12.47 at 109. Mustang a 14.61 at 95. Late model Mustang Cobra in the left lane. Up against Dennis Roche in the 78 Mustang. Dennis in a three-way tie for fourth place. Great reaction time for Dennis Roche, 004 green. Runs 11.68 at 113. Left lane goes 11.10 at 129. Greg Darm currently in 8th place, three-way tie. His Mustang out of Streeter, Illinois, up against Terry Heller from Morrison, Illinois. Vega out in front. Runs 11.24, 119. Mustang goes 11.59 at 121. Doug Hampton, 86 S10, up against Chuck Zagretti, the Challenger. S10 there first, 11.96 at 106. The Challenger at 12.27 at 112. Marty Pixler, 55 Chevy, currently tied for first place in Sportsman's ET here today. Up against Michaela Hyland, back up in her 2019 Impala. Very close in the points here today. Top 10 cars in Sportsman's ET separated by 6 points. Marty Pixler, 000 on the light. Can't do any better than that. $11.92 at 111 for Marty. Michaela goes to 15.09 at 93. Tyler Beasold, Ford Explorer, up against Anthony Parks, Firebird. Call goes out for Pro ET. Pro ET to lanes 9, 10. Pro ET to 9, 10. Pro ET to lanes 9 and 10, please. Brian Hampton up next. The Chevy SUV. Joe Zender at the wheel of a 95 Camaro today. Currently 7th in points. Joe Zender at 1298 at 106. Brian Hampton a 1704 at 81. Andy Pruitt, another S10. A whole slew of S10s here today. Up against Bill Larson, the 92 Mustang. Bill tied for 4th in points in the Sportsman's category today. S10 there first, 1163 at 111. The Mustang, a 1326 at 102. Andy Pruitt up next. I'm sorry, Corey Mortensen. Another pickup. Up against Steven Mraz, 2014 Camaro. Steven sitting 3rd in points. Corey gets there first. 1188 at 111. Steven Mraz, a 1437 at 97. Once again, call goes out for Pro ET. Pro ET to lanes 9, 10. Lanes 9 and 10, Pro ET. Jody Hampton, Malibu Wagon. Andy Brody, 92 Mustang. Andy Brody in a tie for 8th. Good reaction time for Andy. An 012 green. He's going to get down there first. At 1263 at 107. Jody a 1332 at 99. Late model Corvette in the left lane. Up against Steve Weedy in the 79 Trans Am. '79 Trans Am goes to 1253 at 110. Corvette goes to 1236 at 111. Once again, Pro ET to the lanes 9, 10, 11, 12. Pro ET to 9, 10, 11, and 12. Reminder, everybody, Glory Days next weekend. Saw the beautiful Camaro at Route 66 Raceway with Glory Days on the door. Should have a big crowd. A young man behind the wheel reminded me of Randy Simpson. Jacob Williams, 1290, 108. Robert France and the Trailblazer, 1251, 108. Frank Kraus, this Firebird, longtime Pro ET racer. 015 green for Frank. A 1099 at 124. Savannah Hickson in the Firebird. A 1230 at 111. Rod Colbert. And the Camaro, Gary Carpenter. Another Camaro. Gary Carpenter, 1385 at 100. Rod Colbert, 1694 at 95. Up next, Roman Sakis. Herman Zender, double duty in the Mustang here today. Roman there first, 1258 at 111. Herman a 1383 right at 100. Final call, Pro ET. Final call, Pro ET should be in the lanes. Pro ET lanes 9, 10, 11, and 12. Next pair of cars, Audi SUV. Camaro in the right-hand lane. Both cars not on file yet. Audi goes 1123 at 125. Camaro at 1261 at 112. Looks like we have our final car here in Sportsman's Eliminator before we go into a first-time run for Pro ET. Another Audi on the track. Final car down in this class before we do a little bit of track prep in front of Pro ET. Audi goes to 1094 at 125. We did find a torch on the track. If anybody's missing their torch, small torch and a can of Gatorade was found on the track. Hopefully that was a pickup truck. Please put up your tailgate next time. Happy birthday, Barb Carlson, yesterday. Happy birthday to you. Okay, going to throw a little drag on it here in the Pro ET. It's a pretty interesting point here. We have 13 racers in Pro ET within 11 points of each other. Four-way tie for 10th place. Troy Bogner out in front with 29 points. John Coyle with 23. Three-way tie for third between Brando Carlson, Marty Thornton, and John Hickson. Dave Metcha and Mark Langfoss are tied for 6th. Jordan Ansel and Jim Keith tied for 8th. And all knotted up in 10th place, Terry Heller, Jesse Albright, Ed Kroll, Gordon Beach. Very competitive fields here at Byron Dragway. Welcome, everybody, here to the Byron Dragway Big Bucks Bracket Bash. I understand everybody was here fairly late last night for that $3,000 to win purse. And today it's $5,000 to the winner in Super Pro. Once again, remind everybody, next weekend, Glory Days, August 19th through 21st. Vintage Drag Racing, Car Show, and Swap Meet. All entries are pre-registered. It's free to sign up. Here we go. First time run for Pro ET. Side-by-side burnouts, John B. Lopez and 70 Camaro out of Moni, Illinois. Jim Fitzpatrick from DeWitt, Iowa, the 65 CUDA. John B. away first. Takes it through at 9:23 at 146. Dakuda goes at 12:19 at 109. Brando Carlson up next, currently third in points against Jesse Albright. Camaro versus Mustang. Brando Carlson way out in front. An 8.92 at 148. Fred Berardi, 75 Camaro, 383 small block up against a 71 Maverick of Don Schomer. Small block Chevy under the hood. Wheels up for Don Schomer in the Maverick. Gets there first, 9:52 at 139. Fred goes 9:83 at 133. Dennis Navarro, one of those RK Racing entries, the 69 Nova, up against Jim Sibley in the nostalgia-looking Iacono and Allen tribute car. Monza from way down in Chillicothe, just a hop, skip, and a jump from Peoria. Goes a 9:44 at 142. The Nova goes a 10:25 at 125. Bob Carlson, 79 Camaro, up against Bob Dish in the 71 Vega wagon. Pair of small blocks. Bob Dish gets there first at 10:44 at 127. Bob Carlson, 11:02 at 121. Next up, Darren Burkhart, Grand Prix. For some reason, Troy Wagner didn't make much of a burnout there, and his car stopped just in front of the burnout box. Very unusual occurrence for Troy, considering he's first in points. This could be a real story developing here today if something's wrong with his car. Darren Burkhart, the Grand Prix, a 1081 at 125. Well, Troy Wagner is being pushed back out of the water box. See if he can make it back for a second time run here today. So we can clear the lane. We're going to put single out here in the left lane. That's Jim Keith. Currently 8th in points out of Streeter, Illinois. 71 Chevelle. Sponsored by GearheadClothing.com. Great wheelie there. Brian Weed, could you please come to your car, please? Brian Weed to your Dakota, please. Jim Keith, the 1051 at 126. College professor, the 67 Camaro, up against Brian Dumdye out of Sycamore. Beautiful 57 Chevy. 582 cubic inches under the hood of Brian's car. Ed Kroll, one of those guys, tied for 10th in points. Oh, 16 green for Ed Kroll. Brian Dumdye out in front with 57 Chevy. Goes a 935 at 143. Ed Kroll at 1081 at 121. Next up, John Hickson, currently in a tie for third here in points. And his beautiful 70 Buick GS with a 509 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood, up against Joe Cotton out of St. John's, Indiana, the AMC. John Hickson out in front, goes a 975 at 133. Joe Cotton at 1048 at 127. Brian Weed, to your truck, please, in lane 5. Brian Weed, attention, Brian Weed, please go to your truck. Mopar, entry in lane number 5. Tim Mosier, 78 Camaro, the So Far So Good Camaro. Against Mark Langfos, currently sitting 6th in points. 65 Dodge. Mark goes at 10.06 at 131. Tim goes 11.06 at 122. Spencer Call, Durand, Illinois, 99 Camaro, up against Dave Mecha in his beautiful 69 Camaro. Attention to the pits, Super Pro no box entries. Super Pro no box entries. Your call goes out, lanes 3 and 4. Your first call to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro no box to lanes 3 and 4. Spencer at 1092 at 124. Dave Mecha at 1016 at 131. 004 green for Spencer. Good reaction time there. Mark White, looks like he's in a Monte Carlo today, up against Gordon Beach. And that cool-looking 53 Studebaker, retired fire chief from right here in Rockford. Sponsored by the Hot Rod Shop and CarQuest. I'm sure Gordon will be out here next week at the Glory Days event. Left lane pushing out of off the starting line. Gordon Beach goes through 1183 at 112. on a single here, I think, unless Larry McMullen can get up here real quick. Yep, here comes the 78 pacer up in the left lane. Up against Pete Crimebrink. Kind of rearranging things here due to a car breakage. Pete will be on a single at 67 Camaro. 548 cubic inches, the retired teacher. Nice straight pass, a 924 at 144 for Pete. Now here comes the pacer. It's Larry McMullen up against Fred Fragan, an orange 82 Mustang. 468 cubic inches under the hood of the Mustang. Fred takes the Mustang through at 925 at 144. Larry McMullen at 1256 at 108. Another call, Super Pro no box. Super Pro no box to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro no box. You should be making your way to the lanes. Ed Evans, the 93 Mustang, trying to chase down Brian Hampton in the 88 Camaro. Ed Evans, 1057, 131. Brian Hampton, a 1207 and 114. Corey Duncan from Washington, Illinois, 67 Camaro. Against Dan Roth, Love Spark. Much dead even on reaction times. 023 to 022. Dan Roth's going to get there first. 975 at 134. Corey Duncan at 1026 at 129. Second call. No box. Super Pro. Should be making your way to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, no box. Super Pro cars to lanes 3 and 4. Marty Thornton, the cool-looking 70 Mustang, against Terry Heller, the 71 Vega. Marty Thornton there first, 933 at 142. Terry Heller, 1126 at 119. Greg Meyer, the 68 GTO, against Greg Darm, his 2018 Mustang, former pro bike rider. Greg Meyer out in front in the GTO. 1053 at 126. Greg Darm in the Mustang, 1155 at 121. Dwayne Rins, 68 Mustang, 398 under the hood. Camaro in the right lane. believe that's Evan Folk in the right lane. Camaro. Dwayne Rins, the 68 Mustang. Mustang goes 11.03 at 120. Camaro 11.25 at 121. Jordan Ansel in the beautiful 65 Malibu out of the Ansel Family Racing. Up against the 82 Firebird of Frank Kraus. Jordan Ansel out in front, very close race down there on the top end. Gets our first 10.88 at 120. Frank Kraus at 10.95 at 124. Bill Swarm, 61 Corvette. Old school, almost a gasser type looking Corvette. Front end raised up in the air. Rod Colbert, 78 Camaro. Bill Swarm their first 10.47 at 127. Rod Colbert a 10.59 at 127. Ryan Sefrud, 69 Camaro, against Jim Alabse in the Malibu. Camaro goes 007 green. Jim Malazve gets there first to 981 at 136. The Camaro a 1013 at 129. Brian Weedy, 92 Dakota, up against Mike Kersey, the O's Cutlass. Final call, Super Pro no box. You should be in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6, I think. Mike Kersey, 019 green, way out in front. Takes the Cutlass through, 1107 at 120. The Dakota, a 1476 at 87. Our final time run here in round one of qualifying for the Pro Eliminator category is Fred Trombley out of Homer Glen, Illinois. Different saying every weekend on the back of Fred's car. Today it says, "My wife says gambling is cheaper." Fred carries it through at 13:59 at 86, and that completes our Pro Eliminator qualifier. Well, Shane Pope currently first in points, and he's first out here today in time trial for Pro Eliminator, for Super Pro Box, I should say. Mike Miller, Manny's Pizza and Saloon, 68 Nova next to him. Mike Miller out in front, moves up a little bit toward the center line, still takes it through at 6:06 at 113. Shane Pope, a 6:82 at 99. '80 Malibu, that's Patrick Hill, owner of the Chicago Water Jet Company, up against Kenny Norup, the contractor from right here in Byron, his 97 T-Bird. Kenny North there first, a 581 at 118. Patrick Hill, a 640 at 106. Ryan Dumdye, 57 Chevy, double duty today with Pro Eliminators. Dan Geary, the beautiful 73 Duster, 500 cubic inches under the hood. Dan Geary out in front, 011 reaction time, a 6:03 at 112. Brian goes a 598 at 115. Taylor Schleter. Got to practice my Wisconsinese. Mike Etchison from Racine. '74 Nova. Mike Etchison, 558 at 120. Taylor Schleter, 674 at 101. Brent Rutherford, all the way from Oregon, Illinois, just down the road here a piece. The Firebird up against Al Nigro from Kenosha. S&H Carpets sponsored 69 Chevelle, 454 big block. Brent Rutherford out in front, 676 at 101. Al Nigro, a 727 at 92. Next up in 70 Camaros, it's John B. Lopez out of Moni, Illinois, up against the Wicker entry out of McChesney Park, 76 Buick. And that's Buick powered with 455 cubic inches. Chris behind the wheel today. that beautiful 76 Buick, the unique car. John B. Lopez, 586 at 118. Chris Wicker, a 706 at 94. Next up, the Iacono and Allen tribute car, Jim Sibley. Up against Buck Davenport, 67 Camaro. Camaro there first to 584 at 119. The Monza 603 at 114. Double entered box. Double entered box. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Double entered box to lanes 3 and 4. John Hickson, 70 Buick GS, big block Chevy up against Kevin Lancaster. Beautiful 37 Chevy. $595 for the 37 at 113. The Buick goes to $624 at 113. Darren Burkhart. Up against Maureen Lancaster, the 69 Camaro. Wasn't sure about that. The Grand Prix and the Monte Carlo that year looked pretty similar from a distance. Everything blacked out, it's hard to tell, except for looking at the tail lights. I guess we give it away. Maureen out in front, 647 at 106. Darren Burkhart at 692, right at 100. Jim Laughlin, the shop owner from Albany, Wisconsin, the 78 Chevy Malibu. From Stillman Valley, the 70 Chevelle. Double entered box cars. Double entered box cars ranging to lanes 3 and 4. The Chevelle is 628 at 109. A little bit of smoke out there on that car, but I think we're okay. Next up, Bob Dish, 71 Vega Wagon, up against Dave Manoni, 87 Monte Carlo. Attention out there, double entered box cars. We need now for 3 and 4. To lanes 3 and 4. Dave Manoni out in front of 594 at 116. Bob Dish goes 664 at 103. Mark Rosenbaum, 64 Corvette. Up against Fred Berardi, the 75 Camaro. 383 small block there. The Corvette has 540 cubic inches under the hood. Corvette there first, a 592 at 118. The Camaro, a 622 at 109. Once again, double entered box to 3 and 4. Double entered box. You should be making your way to 3 and 4. Corey Duncan, 67 Camaro, against Dave Mecha in the 69 Camaro. Hey, Mitchell there first, 643 at 106. Corey Duncan a 652 at 105. Dan Roth up next in the 80 Z28. Another Camaro on the right lane. That's Brando Carlson again. The 80 Camaro. Jesse Albright, 65 Mustang on a single, a 685 at 101.
Final call.
Attention to the pits, final call. Double entered box cars in Super Pro. Double entered box cars in Super Pro. You should be making your way to lanes 3 and 4. That's final call. Double entered no box to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, call goes out for box. If you're in Super Pro box class, make your way to the lanes, please. Still in lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4, all Super Pro cars that haven't made a first-time run to lanes 3 and 4. And you're only going to get one time run today, so you need to get up here for Super Pro. Eighteen-year-old DJ Matika making his first pass. 524 at 131. Once again, if you haven't made that one-time run here in Super Pro today, you need to come to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro 3 and 4.
A last and final call. Double entered box cars. We have carded all the box cars at this time. We need all box cars to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for your one and only time trial here this morning. Super Pro box. We have called the doubles. And we are looking for all box cars at this time. All box cars. We need you in the lanes at this time, please. All box cars. We need you, and we need you now. Well, thank you, Charlie, for going above and beyond. Not just doing the quarter-mile classes, but also jumping in and calling some Super Pro no-box action. Mike Schlatter and Nick Mastrada, perhaps no driver with more seat time this weekend than that of Nick Mastrada. He was he was 2 of 8 entries at the end of the day yesterday, 1 of 4 in the box category. So for a while there, he had 2 entries all the way down to round number 5. What a talented young driver and a busy man he was yesterday. Nick Mastrada in the right-hand side, the Car Star Collision. Sponsored rear-engine dragster from Peatone, Illinois. Paired up with Mike Schlatter, who was double-entered in that Olds 4-4-2 left-hand side. from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Like Old Faithful, that Oldsmobile will pick up the front tires each and every time. 457 miles per hour for Nick Mastrada on the right-hand side. 664 with the 4 at 102 for Mike Schlatter in the Olds 442. Talk about a tale of two totally different days. At this time yesterday, we had rainfall at the Playground of Power. Put us behind with a rain delay, late morning, early afternoon. And today it is a cloudy, overcast day at Byron Dragway, but it is mild temperatures with a steady but gentle breeze out of the north, making for a consistent tailwind at this time. Looking around, actually a number of people wearing, see a couple of jackets and sweatshirts even. High today, forecasted to be just 73 degrees for the high temp today, currently 70 with plenty of clouds. Vince Magrosina on track, double entered with that Chevrolet Monza from Pecatonica, Illinois. Magrosina 571 is his elapsed time, 119 miles per hour. Hey, while it's quiet for just a moment, as we are waiting on Super Pro box cars to come to the staging lanes, we do have the bulletin board posted on the grandstand beside the tower. What is that bulletin board up there for today? Well, the ET finals are coming up, and we need to know who wants to go as part of Team Byron Dragway to Indianapolis Raceway Park down in Indianapolis coming up, what is that, the second or third weekend in September for the NHRA Division Finals. So if you are interested, we got the sign-up sheet posted for Pro Eliminator, for Super Pro, and for Sportsman. But if you're interested, please put down your competition number as well as your name under the respective list. I think Mr. Bogner is down there right now filling out the form. So come one, come all, please do get signed up. We'd love to have you as part of Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA North Central Division Finals. Jim Alasave, he sported his shirt from the Division Finals. He was a proud team member just a couple of years ago. So if you have been running points for Byron Dragway, what is it, 3 races minimum? If you're up there in points, they did limit the class. The team roster expanded to 40 cars there for a couple of years, but I think it's been tightened up to just 32 cars can go as part of Team Byron Dragway. We would love to have you on the team, so swing on down and get signed up at the bulletin board beside the tower. We need to have a roster turned in before Labor Day weekend. The roster can change all the way up until Thursday of the event day. Looks like we got a couple of folks signing up down there. But please do sign up and join us as part of Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA North Central Division Finals. You can talk to a number of racers who have experienced great success as part of Team Byron Dragway. Kip Norup, the 2013 NHRA North Central Division champion. He won at Indianapolis. He went all the way to Pomona, California for a runner-up finish in the national championship. So great stories there from the Norup team. Mitchell Vincent went all the way down to a final and a semifinal, I think, a couple of years ago in Pro as well as Super Pro as part of Team Byron Dragway. And while he might have been racing for Route 66 Raceway, he is here today. Jay Allen was the NHRA Super Pro Division champion in, I believe, 2019. So Lots of Byron racers have had plenty of success, and we'd love to see you be a part of Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA Division Finals. Here we go again. Mark Nettesheim and Ed Banderowicz Sr. Banderowicz in the Chevelle right-hand side. Nettesheim in a Camaro, left-hand lane. At the finish line, 5, flat with a 5 for Ed Banderowicz Sr. in the Chevelle right-hand side. 138 miles per hour in the right-hand lane. That'll bring up Steve Kloss, a driver who I believe had a perfect light yesterday that afforded him the potential bye for round number 1 of eliminations. He is in that hard launching 72 Vega left-hand side. He is way up at the point standings, comes into today in the top 5. Currently tied with Vince Mastrada right there in the 5th spot in the point standings. What a cool car in the left-hand side. Paired up with Wes Spurlock, the teenager from Elgin, Illinois, in the Chevy Nova right-hand side. .581 for Steve Kloss to the left-hand side. 6:16 for Wes Spurlock in the Chevy Nova. Mike Murray and the Amazing Grace. That is Eric Grace on the right-hand side, a body shop owner from Brooklyn, Wisconsin. 2 very quick dragsters going side by side at the finish line. 4:46 for the 9 for Eric Grace. 154 miles per hour. Mike Murray, 450 with a 6. 155 is his speed in the supercharged rear-engine dragster. Now that might be a square body, Charlie, but that's still my dream with my little light S10 to turn it into a bracket truck one of these days. It's a 2002 model. Bought it in 2004, 2 years used with only 420 miles on it when I picked it up. And how many miles are on that S10 nowadays? About 167, 180,000. Have you been reporting those miles? Well, I think it just got a new U-joint in it, so that's probably the second or third in its lifetime. So about every 60,000 miles needs a U-joint, apparently. Tom Gibson, Jerry Kloss coming up now. Kloss into the pickup truck. Gibson in the supercharged dragster. 689 for Kloss in the right-hand side. 460 for Tom Gibson in the left-hand lane. Kloss not having a run that I think he was looking for. I don't think that car normally has a 1:64 60-foot time. Anyway, here comes Rick Susak in a beautiful rear-engine dragster, supercharged entry from St. Jacob, Illinois, an employee of Homeland Defense. Not sure what he does and what he deals in, but I'm sure there's a lot of top-secret information. Susak on the left-hand side, paired up with Ted Cannon from just south of here in the hub city of Rochelle, Illinois, in the right-hand side. .456, that's the elapsed time for Rick Susak in the left-hand side. 5:005 for Ted Cannon in the right-hand lane. 193,000 miles on that S10. My goodness. Chief Starter, Competition Director, Jeff Spearling, listening in, keeping a close tabs on things in the tower. Machine Gun Kelly Spears and Monty Fisher coming up now. Fisher on the right-hand side. We've been talking about it all year long, celebrating 50 years of bracket racing at Byron Dragway for Fisher on the right-hand side. Machine Gun Kelly Spears, left-hand side, hailing from the big city of New Milford, Illinois. Charlie, if you're out wandering about and bopping around the pits, may I suggest stop down by lane number 9. Check out the new set of wheels for Greg Rouleau. Pro-charged rear-engine dragster. Dialed a 403 yesterday. Had a top speed of 173 miles per hour, so if you're out bopping around, make sure you check out that car at the head of lane number 9. 488 with an 8 for Monty Fisher on the right-hand side, 141 miles per hour. What was the report about 3,000 horsepower? Is that what I was told from our esteemed pit reporter? Now here comes one of the fastest cars on the property right here. This is Dennis D Valerio, and he has been mighty competitive with this car this year. Reached an overall final round. Arguably one of the loudest cars on the property as well. 425, 164 miles per hour for Dennis D Valerio in the left-hand lane. Wow, what a performance. And J.J. Poplowski, right-hand side, went 550 with a 126 miles per hour. That'll bring up Scott McCann under the 1970 Chevrolet Nova left-hand side, paired up with Pat Gillespie, the beautiful www.barcount.com sponsored 1985 Dodge Daytona from Pecatonica, Illinois. Now, Jake, you're a lifelong resident of the area. This might catch you by surprise, but I've lived around here for close to 5 or 6 years now. And I just visited the big city of Pecatonica, honest to goodness, probably 6 months ago. Call it 5 months ago. And what a quaint downtown. I like that town. Looks like a very clean community. They've got hardware stores. They've got all sorts of a nice little downtown there in Pecatonica. I will be back. They have earned my patronage. Jim Prevost and Joe Hansen. Coming up now. Hansen on the right-hand side. The short wheelbase 77 Chevy Monza. Paired up with the not short wheelbase VRN rear engine dragster of Jim Prevost from Mundelein, Illinois. Was racing this car in Top Dragster 1 week ago. Very quick car, usually about a 450 in the 8th mile. And he's going to go right here, 446 with a 9. 154 the speed for Prevost left-hand side, 599 and 114 for Joe Hansen with a 004 reaction time. I may be wrong, but I believe this car is double-entered in the left-hand side of the 66 Chevy 2 of Jim Oliver from New Lenox, Illinois. Paired up with Buck Davenport. A very quick, very speedy 67 Camaro from Roscoe, Illinois. These two are going to be wheel-to-wheel the whole way down. Oliver will cross the finish line first, 562. 117 miles per hour for Jim Oliver, 584 at 120 for Buck Davenport in the right-hand lane. That'll bring up Kevin Robertson and Jay Allen. Allen, we referenced earlier today, is having great success at the NHRA bracket finals. If you missed the announcement before, please do make sure you swing on down and get signed up. Bob Dish is doing so right now. He's looking forward to the NHRA bracket finals at Indianapolis. Make sure you sign up. Give us your car number. Give us your name. And let us know if you will be there. Kevin Robertson, a pro-charged rear-engine dragster, zoomy headers and all. Very fast car left-hand side. Paired up with Jay Allen. And through the 8th mile, 4:34, 161. That is the speed for Kevin Robertson in the left-hand side. 5:06 at 1:36 for Jay Allen in the right-hand lane. Right up, Nate Kelly, a former junior dragster driver. In the left-hand side, under the watchful eye of Krampus Steve looking on. Kelly's in the left-hand side of the Gone Batty rear-engine dragster from Tinley Park, Illinois. Paired up with Scott Zimmerman, who I believe is a new arrival today. I don't recall Zimmerman being in attendance yesterday. Of Wapana, Wisconsin. 009 for Kelly, 008 for Zimmerman at the finish line. Nate Kelly gets there first, 492, 141 miles per hour for Nate Kelly. 5:06 and 1:35 for Scott Zimmerman. Richard Briscoe and Josh Goyke. Coming up now, Goyke on the right-hand side. Rear-engine dragster from Stillman Valley, Illinois. Briscoe on the left-hand side of Oakley, Illinois. $4.79 for Briscoe on the left-hand side. $4.85 for Josh Goyke in the right-hand lane. Both drivers with very competitive reaction times. 18 for Briscoe, 10 for Goyke. $5,000, that's what's up for grabs today. So you know the drivers are going to be bringing their A-game without a doubt. Brian Folk and Vince Mastrada. Coming up now, Vince Mastrada, one half of the Mastrada Brothers racing team out of New Lenox, Illinois. He's in the right-hand side, paired up with the touring professional with the VP Racing Lubricants sponsored entry from Durand, Illinois. That is Brian Folk in the left-hand lane, part of the Folk Race Cars team, a proud, long-time sponsor of Byron Dragway. Special welcome to Jimmy the Butcher. Mr. Ilosave, how are you today? Doing good. Just good. You look phenomenal, Jimmy. You look like you're doing great. Any day the Playground of Power is a great day indeed. A 009 reaction time for Brian Folk. 4:62 at 1:49. 4:48 with an 8 for Vince Mastrada on the Byron Hill side of the racetrack. Thank you to everyone being here today. Hey, do not forget, one of the most exciting weekends coming up for the 2022 season. That is the Glory Days Vintage Drag Race Car Show and Swap Meet as presented by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair next weekend right here at Byron Dragway. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Racing under the lights on Friday and Saturday night. And a Sunday afternoon matinee, if you will. all 66 and earlier. Vintage drag racing, big car show, big swap meet, a whole lot of fun. DJ Matika, 5:25 elapsed time on the left-hand side for the Chevrolet Camaro that is double entered. He ran alongside Jim Laughlin. Just 16 years of age, this is Zachary Siegel from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, in the dragster left-hand lane. He is paired up with Aaron Schott in an oftentimes wheel-standing C28 Chevrolet Camaro from Watertown, Wisconsin, for Schott in the right-hand lane. .006 for Siegel, 008 for Aaron Schott. Everyone on their game today. Here comes a driver that is way at the top of the point standings. Number 2 overall, tied with Tim Vincent. This is Bruce Van Stratten at the left-hand side, Wisconsin-based driver. Paired up with Nick Folk. Folk, another one of those touring professionals from Durand, Illinois, who make their living behind the wheel and building such race cars as those you see today. So Folk on the right-hand side, Van Stratten in the left-hand lane. A 0:01 reaction time for Nick Folk. 4:49 is his elapsed time in his first appearance of the weekend as a new arrival just today. That'll bring up Dan Kike and Mike Pavicic. Pavicic in the right-hand side. 01 model dragster from Dixon, Illinois. Dan Kike, a talented welder, an all-around great guy, left-hand side from Brandon, Wisconsin. I cannot tell you how many times we've had a cleanup or some sort of a delay on the track, and Dan Kike is right there, sleeves rolled up, ready to get his hands dirty, to get things cleaned up and get racing back underway. A big tip of the cap to Dan Kike. .468 for Dan Kike with a 0:05 reaction time. 5:15 with an 0:21 green light for Mike Pavicic. A final call, Super Pro box cars. Final call, Super Pro box. To the lanes, please. Final call, Super Pro box for what will be your one and only time trial session in Super Pro box today. Ryan Fasano, Dave Ansel coming up now. Ansel on the right-hand side was racing that Camaro in the Super Street category 1 week ago. It is a low 8-second Camaro. And he had it on a throttle stop running 1090s. Coming off the throttle stop at about the 350-foot mark, so a lot of horsepower for the Camaro right-hand side of Dave Ansel. And Ryan Fasano, a former track champion of dragster, left-hand side. Fasano, the quicker of the two, 474, 144 miles per hour for the driver from Salem, Wisconsin, Ryan Fasano. Dave Ansel, 525 with the 3, 131. That's going to be his speed through the 8th mile. Mitchell Vincent is double entered in that dragster here today. Doubling the dragster. His cousin Brent will be wheeling the family Camaro. Not his normal 91 Camaro, but rather the 67 that Mitchell normally drives. So a lot of musical chairs going on in the Vincent Pit area this weekend. Jim Zink in the Chevy 2, Mitchell Vincent in the dragster. Well, a 006 light for Mitchell Vincent. He is dialed in and ready to go. Well, you may want to direct your attention to the racetrack at this time. This is going to be the quickest and fastest car of the weekend. The Pro-Charged rear-engine dragster of Greg Rouleau, who was flirting with a 3-second time yesterday. in excess of 170 miles per hour in the 8th mile. So do feast your eyes on Greg Rouleau's new car, left-hand side. Pro Charged. It is beautiful. That thing could be in an art museum. It is such a masterful piece. .397, 179 miles per hour for Greg Rouleau. Holy smokes, that car was just shy of 180 miles per hour in just a 660-foot distance from starting line to finish line. Wow, that car definitely had some more left in it. You can see it wiggling around just a touch. That'll bring up now Bruce Call, who celebrates 51 years of drag racing at Byron Dragway here in 2022. He's in the left-hand side. He calls Okeechobee, Florida home. So a long ways from home for Bruce Call. Paired up with the double Leonard Chevy Monza of Vince Magracina. Coming up now, Gary Siegel and Zach Manasiri. Manasiri, the pickup truck right-hand side. Out of Orland Park, Illinois. Talented young driver, a graduate of the Junior Dragster program in the Orange S10. Paired up with Gary Siegel. Beautiful rear-engine dragster, kind of a black and white zebra print. Beneath a teal graphic over the top and a gray powder coat cage. Very radical paint scheme for Gary Siegel and a very quick rear-engine dragster. .503 for Siegel, 619 for Manasiri. So a final call for Super Pro Box. Final call, Super Pro Box. Final call, Super Pro Box to the lanes, please. For your one and only time trial session this Sunday. Melissa Heldman, the registered nurse, left-hand side from Yorkville, Illinois, in the 1996 GMC Sonoma pickup truck. Paired up with John Schober, the real estate agent from Orland Park, Illinois. Five flat for John Schober in the right-hand side. Heldman will go 670 with a 5, 102 miles per hour. First call, Pro Eliminator to lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator time trial session number 2 to lanes 9 and 10. We're looking for Pro Eliminator to staging lanes 9 and 10 for your second and final time trial session of the day today. Tim Vincent, Jeff Highland, coming up now. Highland on the right-hand side. Beautiful black and green dragster from Oswego, Illinois. And Tim Vincent, the CPA from Marengo, Illinois, the left-hand side, who comes into today tied for the number 2 spot in the point standings with Bruce Van Stratten. 482 for Vincent, 468 for Jeff Highland. 146 the speed for Highland in the right-hand side. Dominic Bowden and T.C. Williams. Your next pair. Williams on the right-hand side. The young 21-year-old from Winnebago, Illinois, who, picked up a $160,000 win at the Firecracker Braga Nationals a little over 1 year ago. What a run he was on. Picked up a $10,000 win on Memorial Day weekend of that year. Followed it up with a $5,000 win on another Sunday. And then he went the distance at the Firecracker. Just an unprecedented run of victories, the likes of which we may never see again. T.C. Williams on the right-hand side, paired up with Dominic Bowden, the talented painter who did all the graphics on that car himself. $439 for Dominic Bowden, very quick dragster. $474 for T.C. Williams. Do you suppose Dominic Bowden had like a bunch of coloring books as a kid and just, refined his artistic talents in that way? What a very, very talented painter. Ricky Pena coming up now. The Rum Runner Chevy 2 from Palos Park, Illinois. He's in the left-hand side, paired up with Eric Pavicic with a new rear-engine dragster in the right-hand side. They're making a lot of power. $467 for Pavicic on the right-hand side. 147 is his speed. Ricky Pena, $641 at 107 at the left-hand side. A second call, Pro Eliminator, we are looking for you. Pro Eliminator, we are looking for you. Time trial session number 2 to lanes 9 and 10. Well, Scotty Haas had issues yesterday with a broken trans, and it appears the issues are continuing here this Sunday morning. He'll get pushed back after his burnout, and Taylor Schlatter will take a solo run on the 96 Chevy S10. $673 for Schlatter on the left-hand side on a solo run. That'll bring up Brent Vincent. Yes, that is Brent Vincent driving the 67 Camaro, typically driven by his cousin, Mitchell Vincent. So Brent on the left-hand side, paired up with Mike Bonebright in the rear-engine dragster from Rochelle, Illinois. And we are in the twilight stages of this one and only time trial session for Super Pro Box. Quarter Mile Charlie doing some calisthenics out on the catwalk, getting his stretches in before he steps into his announcing duties. Talking on a microphone can be a physically demanding job, Charlie. You really have to be conditioned to run and talk for hours on end. So Brent Vincent, Mike Bonebright headed down track. Bonebright, $489 on the right-hand side for Mike Bonebright. $583 for Brent Vincent, 27 green on the tree, and he slipped right inside that 67 Camaro. And did a masterful job in his first time wheeling that car here this weekend. That'll bring up Shane Pope double entered in no box and in box. On the box side, he is in the top 10 in points. 8th place comes into today with the dragster UC on the left-hand side. With his no box Pinto, well, he's the points leader. So Shane Pope having a truly incredible 2022 season at Byron Dragway. He is paired up with that 68 Camaro. That is Eddie Banderowicz Jr. in the right-hand side. $476 for Banderowicz, $474 for Shane Pope. Now you ask yourself, how did the slower car cross the finish line first? Well, a superior reaction time. 006 was the bulb for Eddie Banderowicz Jr. I'm going to say this looks to be our final pair of box cars with a solo to wrap up this one and only time trial session. Tori Williams coming up, the 69 Chevrolet Nova left-hand side from Winnebago, Illinois. His son TC was doing the driving duties yesterday. Tori is in the house today and taking over his car. So Williams on the left-hand side paired up with a multi-time track champion. That is Scott LaBuddy from Freeport, Illinois in the right-hand lane, who yesterday leapfrogged his way all the way up to the top 10, so never count him out. LaBuddy, on more than one occasion, has put together a incredible second half of the season. But you can never count out that dragster in the right-hand lane. 10 green on the tree for Williams, 14 green for LaBuddy. 472 for Scott LaBuddy, 581 for Tori Williams in the Nova. So here we go, our final box class car. And none other than Brad Antonioni of West Bend, Wisconsin. Antonioni, a talented carpenter, I do believe, by trade. Pro Eliminator is ready and waiting in lanes 9 and 10. Drivers, be suited up and ready to go. You are coming out immediately after this car. Pro Eliminator cars, be ready to go. You are coming out just as soon as this car clears the scoreboards. $475 with the 5 at 144 for Brad Antonioni. That is a wrap for time trials in the Super Pro classes. And now we go into the second and final time trial for Pro Eliminator. Street Eliminator is on standby. Actually, first call goes out to Street Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Start over, Sportsman. We're going to call Sportsman to 5 and 6. Street Eliminator, disregard my misinformation. That was an example of fake news right there. So we're looking for Sportsman class, lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman class, lanes 5 and 6. Hey, once we fill up 5 and 6, spill on over to 7 and 8, please. So it'll be 5, 6, 7, and 8, but fill up 5 and 6 first. Once those two are full, move on down to 7 and 8. Hey, we welcome back to the announcer's booth Charlie Lindsay to call the action for our quarter-mile classes, beginning with Pro Eliminator.
Now let's get it on here with Pro ET. Looking for that 000 here so you can qualify number 1 today. Roman Sakis left lane against the Iaconio Allen car of Jim Sibley. And he's way out in front. Monza 936 at 142. The Camaro 1337 at 103. Rod Colbert, 78 Camaro. IT manager Alan McHenry up against the sales manager Jim Keith out of Streeter, Illinois, sponsored by gearheadclothing.com. 71 Chevelle 406 small block. Like those wheels up charges by Jim Key. Takes the Chevelle through 1037 at 128. The Camaro at 1047 at 127. Here comes that pacer again. Larry McMillan out of Elwood, Illinois. The machinist. That's a 78 AMC pacer. Up against the 93 Mustang of Ed Evans. The Chemtech lubricants sponsored machine. Mustang at 1076 at 124. The Pacer at 1252 at 109. Street Eliminator, you're next up. Should be in lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Overflow into 7 and 8, please. Joe Cotton, another AMC product. Up against Ed Kroll, the 67 Camaro. Graybill auto service car. Joe Cotton there first, 1045 at 128. Ed Kroll at 1076 at 122. John Hickson, 70 Buick GS. 509 big block Chevy for the 52-year-old engineer out of Plainfield, Illinois, up against Oswego's Dennis Navarro. An RK Racing entry. He's a test engineer. 383 small block Chevy under the hood of Dennis's car. John Hickson out in front, goes 967 at 141. Dennis Navarro 1019 at 130. Up next, the So Far So Good Camaro, Tim Mosier, the retiree out of Rochelle, Illinois, just down the road a piece, up against Jesse Albright from Montgomery, 65 Mustang. Mustang there first, 1077 at 125. The Camaro 1101 at 122. Longtime pro racer Frank Kraus out of Hoffman Estates, an 82 Firebird. The only car I've ever seen him drive. Up against Dave Mecha, machinist out of Morton Grove. His small block powered 69 Camaro. Dead even on the tree. Dave Mitchell there first. 1016 at 131. Frank Kraus at 1089 at 124. Darren Burkhart, 81 Grand Prix. Against the Camaro of Fred Berardi Jr. Sponsored by J&F Heating and Cooling. Both these guys are HVAC mechanics, it looks like. 0:10 reaction time for Fred. Fred gets there first, 9:81 at 136. Darren Burkhardt at 10:83 at 125. We have a single here with a license run on an import car. John Brock got a Mott Prospect, that 93 Honda Civic. Shooting for the 9-second run down there on the other end. Doesn't do it. 10:20 at 146. Good mile per hour. Should qualify him for a good license pass run there. Mike Kersey, 84 Olds Cutlass with a 350 Olds motor under the hood, up against the Dodge Mopar of Mark Langfoss. Wheels up for the Mopar. 0:11 reaction time for Mark. Takes it through at 10:04 at 132. Mike Kersey, 11:03 at 121. Brando Carlson up next, the 80 Camaro. Against 71 Maverick of Don Schomer. Brando Carlson there first, 891 at 149. Don Schomer, 953 at 140. Pro AT cars run on a 9 flat and slower index here. Spencer Call, 99 Camaro out of Durand, Illinois, up against Terry Heller from Morrison, Illinois in the 71 Vega. Dwayne Rins, 68 Mustang. Pete Crimebrink, that's 67 Camaro with that super big engine, 548 cubic inches. A retired teacher out of Plano. Mustang out of Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Pete Crimebrink flying down through there at 922 at 144. Dwayne Rins, a 1098 at 121. Fred Fragan gets their first 82 Mustang, runs a 924 with a 6. The Jeep, a 1333, right at 100 miles an hour for the Jeep. Big news here, folks. That was Troy Bogner in the Jeep, not the green Camaro. Probably about a dozen guys here today are licking their chops now, finding out that Troy's not going to be out there in the Camaro later. Broken input shaft put him out for the day in the Camaro. He got a replacement vehicle. Qualifies for the category. The John B. Lopez from Moni, Illinois. 70 Camaro up against Brian Dumdye. 57 Chevy out of Sycamore. Good race down on the other end. A 921 for John B. Lopez at 146. Brian Dumdye, 932 at 144. Bob Carlson, 79 Camaro, left lane. Evan Folk in the right lane. Bob Carlson there first, 11:13 at 121. Evan goes 11:26 at 121. '65 Cuda, Jim Fitzpatrick. Up against the '69 Camaro of Ryan Sefford. Oh, 12 green for Ryan. Takes it through at 10:11 at 129. The Cuda, 12:28 at 108. Next up, the Mustang of Greg Darm against the '71 Vega wagon of Bob Dish. Bob Dish there first, 10:46 at 128. Greg Darm, 11:59 at 121. Brian Hampton out of Earlville, the 88 Camaro. Brian Hampton, 1204 at 110. Gordon Beach, retired fire chief from right here in Rockford, and 53 Studebaker. Gordon runs 1179 at 112. Fred Trombley up next. 78 Nova up against Greg Meyer and that 68 GTO. We need to get out of here, guys. We need to 00 something down here to get at that #1 qualifier spot. Guys slept. They must have slept in here today. They stayed late last night. They slept in this morning. There we go. Greg Meyer, 009 green. I believe that puts him in first right here for now with just a few cars left. Goes to 1053. Fred Trombley at 1208. Corey Duncan, 67 Camaro. Up against Jordan Ansel in her 65 Malibu. Oh, 16 green for Jordan, 025 for Corey. No help there. Corey Duncan at 1023 at 129. Jordan Ansel at 1085 at 120. Okay, Sportsman, final call. You should be in 7 and 8, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Sportsman's final call for your second time run. Bill Swarm, the 61 Corvette, a 1055 at 126. Marty Thornton, the 70 Mustang. Marty takes the Mustang through at 9:30 at 142. Jim Malavsve. An 80 Malibu. A 982 at 137 for Jim. Looks like our final car here. Out of Loves Park, Illinois, aerospace mechanic. The 80s E28, that's Dan Roth. 015 green, got close, not close enough. Valiant effort there for Dan. $973 at 134. I believe that concludes our runs for Pro Eliminator. Great turnout here today for Sportsman ET. Once again, the top 10 drivers are separated by just 6 points. Final time run here for Sportsmen, and once again they are running for best reaction time to earn that bye run, and right now there is an odd number of cars, so that's pretty important to get that first round bye, especially if you're well off in the points. In route, Ryan. 11:32 left lane, 11:34 right lane. Couldn't get much closer than that. Attention in the pits, Greg Meyer. You are the potential bye in first round of Pro Eliminator, car 5067. Greg Meyer, congratulations. Greg, when we call you up, you'll be in lane number 8. Once again, Greg Meyer in lane number 8 when we call your class for bye run. Potential. Roman Sakis, 2013 Camaro, transportation manager out of Westchester. Mustang Cobra in the right lane. Mustang there first, 11:13 and 129. The Camaro at 12:38 at 112. Marty Pixler, right at the top of the heap, along with Red Trombley here today, both with 24 points. Up against Dennis Roche, the 78 Mustang. Dennis Roche, 011 for reaction time. It's our early run for bye run. Goes 11:66 at 13. Marty Pixler 1197 at 112. Steve Weedy up next, the 79 Trans Am, against Jody Hampton, the Malibu Wagon. 004 red for Jody. Steve Weedy there first, 1292 at 110. The Malibu Wagon, 1348 at 97. Next up, Steven Mraz, currently third in points going into today in that 2014 Camaro. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. First call, Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Right lane is Riley Abel, the Mustang. 009 for Steven Mraz. He jumps up to the number 1 position. Steven Mraz at 1436 at 97. Riley Abel 1452 at 96. Robert France, the Trailblazer. Doug Hampton, the S10. S10 there first, 1194 at 109. The Trailblazer, 1251 at 106. Another S10, Andy Pruitt against Herman Zender, Mustang convertible. S10 1160 at 111, Mustang a 1382 right at 100. Here comes brother Joe Zender, 95 Camaro, up against Jacob Williams, 2012 Challenger. Challenger there first, 1239 at 110. The Camaro 1301 at 106. Corey Mortensen out of Amboy, Illinois, in the left lane, up against Kip Harms, 2011 Camaro. Sonoma goes to 1288 at 102. The Camaro a 1364 at 101. Street Eliminator, you should be coming to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2, please. Rod Colbert. Camaro, left-hand lane against Tyler Beasold. What looks like a Ford Explorer. Rod Colbert, 1198 at 93. 1690 at 81 for Tyler. Ulysses Martinez, the 72 Cutlass. Bodyman out of Elgin. Up against Brian Weedy out of Newark, Illinois in the Dakota. Going to have to do a Sportsman ET track check here. And finishing up with the Sportsman's category in their second time run. Next up will be Street Eliminator in lanes 1 and 2. Here we go, ready to rock and roll again. Everybody's shooting to beat out that 009 reaction time earlier by Steven Mraz. Tim Railsback, the 79 Mustang, out of Lombard, the truck driver, up against Anthony Parks. Anthony's a service tech for Casey's. He's out of Franklin Grove, Illinois. A little jump start there for the Mustang. No help on the reaction times. Mustang 1306 at 104. Anthony Parks at 1587 at 85. Frank Kraus, 82 Firebird, up against Andy Brody. Andy currently tied for 8th in points here. Frank Kraus out in front. Takes the Pontiac through at 1107 at 107. The Mustang at 1270 at 106. Gary Carpenter, the Z28 out of Algonquin, up against Wild Bill Larson out of Lamont, Illinois, in his 92 Mustang. Bill is currently tied for 4th place here today, coming into today. No help there on the reaction times. The Mustang goes to 1334 at 101. The Z28 at 1395 at 100. Savannah Hickson, the student out of Plainfield, 92 Firebird. Up against the UPS driver from Roselle, Chuck Cigaretti, and his Challenger. Savannah there first, 1234 at 107. Cigaretti at 1230. Next up, Greg Darm. Currently tied for 8th place, up against Mike Kersey. Mike's in a 3-way tie for 4th. There's 84 Cutlass. Final call, Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator should be in 1 and 2. Street Eliminator. 005 reaction time for Mike Kersey. That moves him up into 1st place for the Byron. It's about 8 cars left here. Greg, 1162. Next up, the 2019 Impala, that's Michaela Highland out of Oswego. Up against Terry Heller in the 71 Vega out of Morrison, Illinois. Both drivers go red. Terry Eller takes the Vega through at 11:32 at 118. The Impala 15:03 at 93. What's having folk again? The Camaro. And Brian Hampton in the other Camaro in the right-hand lane. No help there on the reaction times. 024 to 026. Points leader Fred Trombley, who's currently tied with Marty Pixler. Up against Larry McMullen, that cool 78 AMC Pacer. Fred Trombley there first, 12:10 at 110. Larry McMullen, 12:54 at 108. Brett Michael from out here in Byron, Illinois, in the 84 Camaro on the right lane. Troy in his replacement Jeep. Brett Michael way out in front. Runs a 1098 with 2 at 121. Troy Bogner a 1399 at 99. Okay, Street Eliminator should be in 1 and 2. We're coming out with you next. Street Eliminator cars should be in 1 and 2. Michael Pote in the Chevy pickup.
Byron, Dragway, please hold a second.
Waiting for the Corvette to come out of the water box.
Yeah, we got bracket racing today.
Corvette way out in front. Bed goes 1295 at 108. Pickup truck a 1648 at 85. Switching over to the Street Eliminator now. Kip Norp in Byron, Illinois. Late model Mustang. Camaro in the right lane. Mustang there first at 1483 at 94. Right lane goes to 1795 at 69. Next pair of cars not on file. We have a Volkswagen hatchback. A Jeep SUV in the right-hand lane. .008 for the VW. 720. VW had a 008 green reaction time. Mustang GT coming out in the left lane next. That'll be Paul Winters out of Janesville. Up against Roman Sakis out of Westchester in a 2013 Camaro.
Round 1, Super Pro no box. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Round number 1, eliminations in Super Pro no box to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. Bob Dish, U348. Bob Dish, you are the potential buy. Round number 1 of Super Pro no box. Bob Dish, please report to lane number 2 at this time. Round 1, Super Pro no box. We need you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time. On the box side, 639. Nick Folk, you are the potential buy. Round 1 Super Pro box. In Pro Eliminator, Greg Meyer, 5067. You are the potential buy. Wow, look at that great reaction time right there for Jody Hampton in Street Eliminator. 008 reaction time. And we had one previous to that as well. So, Street Eliminator really putting together some great reaction time. So again, Super Pro, no box, round 1. We need you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time, please.
Kip Harms, 2011 Camaro, up against Steve Weedy, 79 Trans Am out of Crystal Lake. Kip Harms says it's from Cullum, Illinois. It's a place I've not heard of before. Oh, look at this, right lane again. It's that same car. It comes off the right side of the car, right rear. Trans Am at 1273 at 110. The Camaro at 1363 at 101. Anthony Parks, left lane. Stephen Miraz, right lane.
M308. M308, Miraz. There you go.
017 green for Stephen Miraz. No help there. Going to take a 007 or better right now. Stephen Miraz, 1445 at 97. Anthony Parks, a 1607 at 84. Andy Brody, the Mustang. Andy's currently third in points in Street Eliminator against Robert France. Can we move the golf cart out of lane 5, please? Lane 5, could you please move the golf cart? Golf cart in staging lanes. Lane number 5, can you please move?
Hey, Brian, can you move that golf cart?
Gary Carpenter in the Z28 up against Herman Zender, the Mustang convertible. '92 Mustang, that's Bill Larson out of Lamont. Up against Joe Zender out of Oak Forest. Joe currently sitting 4th in points and Bill 6th in points in Street Eliminator. $13.26 at 102 for the Mustang. The Camaro is 13 flat at 105. Michaela Highland, the student out of Oswego, 2019 Impala. 88 Camaro, that's Brian Hampton out of Earlville. Okay, our last car here in Street Eliminator, that's Savannah Hickson, another student, 92 Firebird out of Plainfield, Illinois. Spins the wheels a little bit there. She backs it off and keeps going. $13.38 at 104. That concludes everybody's time runs here this morning, which is actually this afternoon now. And thanks again, everybody out there, for the effort. And we'll turn you back over to Randy Simpson here. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Charlie. We'll be ready to go with round 1 here in just a moment. Final call. Super Pro no box, lanes 3 and 4. Spilling over to lanes 5 and 6. Bob Dish, there is our potential buy. Nick Folk is a potential buy in the box category. Pro Eliminator 5067. Greg Meyer is your potential buy in Pro. Sportsman Class 371C. Mike Kersey is our potential buy in Sportsman category. And stand by for the potential buy in Street Eliminator. Hey, the potential buy round 1 in Street Eliminator, that is entry number 720. Is that the Volkswagen Camden?
Yes.
It is. Orlando Valdez, you are the potential buy in round 1 of Street Eliminator. Track prep is underway before we undergo round number 1 of Eliminations in the Super Pro Box No Box category. $5,000. That is the top prize to win today in Super Pro. $1,000 to the winner in Pro Eliminator today. Incredible turnout of Sportsman cars and Street Eliminator as well. Hey, a reminder, drivers, if you are looking to join Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA North Central Division Finals in Indianapolis, we would love to have you be a part of the team. But here's the first step. Here's what we need from you. Please swing on down to the bulletin board posted on the grandstand right beside the tower. We have 3 lists there, one for Super Pro. That is the box cars exclusively. A Pro ET class, which is a combination of no box as well as Pro Eliminator. And a Sportsman class. So if you would, please go on down there if you are interested in representing Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA North Central Division Finals. We would love to have you as part of the team. And that is coming up in the middle of September. But please go on down, put your car number down as well as your name, and we can start to piece together the roster for Team Byron Dragway at the NHRA Division Finals. We are ready and set to go with round number 1, eliminations in the Super Pro No Box category. A big thank you to the entire cast and crew of Byron Dragway that makes these events possible. He is back again today. That is the man of steel at the head of the staging lanes, your lane director, Brian Steele. In the water box area, a man who starred in a Super Bowl halftime commercial, none other than Mr. Bill. Your competition director at center track, flipping the switch, he is your chief starter as well, Jeff Spearling. General manager of Byron Dragway, a special thank you to Jacob Stetter. Walking back from center track, a very special thank you to BJ Vangsness and Rhonda Vangsness. Joining in the starting line area today, that is Terry Simpson at center track. The entire fire safety crew on down track. Ian Knapp at time slips. Brett Michael, who absolutely maintains this beautiful facility in all of its pristine. A special thank you to Brett Michael. A special thank you to the entire crew operating the souvenir stand today, as well as the buyback window. Thank you. Thank you to the crew from Sam's Drive-In, who are operating the Dragway Diner. Special thank you to Dave Lauscher in the tech department today. Your clock operator extraordinaire is Camden Isley. Clock operator extraordinaire, that is Camden Isley joining us in the tower. Jonathan Young here bright and early this morning, getting things prepped and ready to go. Special thank you to Veronica Stetter, to Rhonda Vangsness, Trudy Young, and the entire crew out at the front gate. Camden, we are ready and set to go. Round number 1, eliminations in Super Pro No Box. So Darren Burkhardt, Buck Davenport, your first pair on track. And the first win line of the day is going to belong to Darren Burkhardt at the left-hand side, the transmission specialist from Winnebago, Illinois, as Buck Davenport will go red in the opening pair. Well, that tailwind continues to whip up out of the north on what is a cool, breezy August afternoon at Byron Drag. We're looking around, not so much now, but I have seen, yeah, there are a few of them out there. Sweatshirts, jackets, you know, people wearing extra layers on this August day. Gosh, compared to 1 week ago when it was in the mid-90s and humid, how things have changed. Ricky Pena and Mike Miller coming up now. Your next pair, Miller in the Nova right-hand side, a 606 dial-in. A 645 dial-in for Ricky Pena in the left-hand side. And through the finish line, this one is over at the start. Red line start for Miller, and Ricky Pena will advance into round number 2. Corey Duncan and Chris Wicker coming up now. Wicker in the right-hand side. The Buick out of Machesney Park, Illinois, sporting a 706 dial-in. Paired up with Corey Duncan, the Pro Eliminator winner from just 2 weeks ago, and the 68 Chevy Camaro left-hand side from Washington, Illinois. And at the finish line, Corey Duncan will get the win, going 1 over the dial-in. 651 on the 650 dial. Wicker will break out by 2 thousandths of a second. Whoa, hold on to that car, John B. Lopez Jr. Kind of a squirrely burnout there for the Camaro in the left-hand side, but he'll get it straightened out. A 588 dial-in for Lopez and the Camaro left-hand side. Paired up with Dan Gary in that beautiful blue Plymouth Duster from Oak Forest, Illinois. The first time we've seen Gary out here in the 2022 season. What a pleasure it is to have Dan Gary and company here today. 602 dial-in for Dan Gary. 588 dial-in for John B. Lopez. A 006 reaction time for John B. Lopez Jr., and he will be your winner in the left-hand side.
Why don't you bomb that way? No.
Well, thank you for the special announcement there, Barrett. Mark Rosenbaum and Shane Pope coming up now. Pope, that is your points leader in the Pinto right-hand side from Mount Morris, Illinois. He was still in yesterday when we had to split things up at 6 cars to go. And the points leader is going to advance into the next round. How about that? Dead on 2 in 22 green. Shane Pope certainly flexing his muscle here in the opening round. And Kevin Lancaster is the winner. Both drivers going dead on the Dylan. Dead on 2 for Carlson. Dead on 5 for Lancaster. Lancaster had the starting line advantage and comes away the win in the red 37 Chevy Coupe. Well, maybe not the right circumstance for the Carlsons, but a happy belated birthday to Barb Carlson. Happy birthday, Barb. I appreciate you celebrating your birthday out of the Playground of Power. Track check is clear, and we are ready to resume. Jesse Albright and Maureen Lancaster. Battle of the Pony Cars. The Mustang, that is Albright left-hand side out of Montgomery, Illinois. A 688 dial-in for Albright in the tower side. Maureen Lancaster, 69 model Chevrolet Camaro with a 646 dial-in for the farmer from Shannon, Illinois. Attention to the pits, double-entered box cars. Double-entered box cars. We are looking for you. Lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. Double-entered Super Pro box cars. We'll take you to lanes 3 and 4 at this time for the opening round of eliminations. Well, a pair of red lights and True Star will actually alter the outcome of this one, as Jesse Albright will go red first, but Maureen Lancaster goes red worst. So the win line's going to go to Jesse Albright in the Mustang left-hand side. Patrick Hill and Fred Berardi Jr. at the starting line. Berardi on the right-hand side, a 622 dial-in for the vinyl top Chevy Camaro right-hand side out of Hanover Park, Illinois. 639 dial-in for Patrick Hill, the owner-operator of Chicago Waterjet Incorporated, and the flat black 1980 Chevrolet Malibu. A red line start for Fred Berardi Jr. Win line's going to go to Patrick Hill in the left-hand lane. And that'll bring up now Taylor Schlatter and Kenny Norup. Norup in the orange 1997 Ford Thunderbird from right here in Byron, Illinois. He is the owner-operator of Norup Trenching, Septic, Black Dirt. Boy, they do it all. They've done a number of repairs out of Byron Dragway over the years, so a big thank you to Kenny Norup and company. He's on the right-hand side, a 583 dial-in for Norup, 672 dial-in for Schlatter in the pickup truck left-hand side. Second call, double-entered boxcars. Second call, double-entered boxcars. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, lanes 3 and 4. A second call for double-entered boxcars to lanes 3 and 4. Dead on 6, Kenny Norup is your winner. Gets there first, gets the win by 3 thou at the stripe. Schlatter was 10 green on the tree, but could not run the number. Norup is your winner. It'll bring up John Hickson and Al Nigro. Nigro on the right-hand side of the blue Chevelle from Kenosha, Wisconsin. 728 dial-in for Nigro. Going to get about a 1-second head start against the Buick GSX. That is John Hickson of Plainfield, Illinois. So Nigro lays first. Here comes Hickson at the stripe. Win light goes to Al Nigro. Dead on 2 for the Chevelle. He'll go on to the next round. That'll bring up Brent Rutherford of Swanson's Discount Vacuum. They sell it all there. They've got Oric, they've got Miele, they've got Sebo, they've got Dyson, they've got Riccar, they've got Simplicity. Camden, you might say I know a thing or two about vacuum cleaner brands. He's come up into the left-hand side. Rutherford in the Firebird, paired up with Dave Menemy in the Chevy Monte Carlo from Oak Lawn, Illinois. At the stripe, win line's going to go to Menemy. Wow. Oh, this one's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Rutherford was trip, zip, perfect at the starting line. Got there first with room to spare, but breaks out the Firebird. And that is a tough loss. Jim Sibley coming up now. He was one of the final 2 no-box cars left in competition last night. He has been driving like a man on a mission. He's in the Iaconio and Allen Chevy Monza left-hand side from Chillicothe, Illinois. 596 dial-in for Sibley in the left-hand side. 558 for Mike Etchison in the 68 Chevrolet Camaro from Racine, Wisconsin. At the finish line, win line's going to go to, how about that, Jim Sibley continues to be on an absolute hot streak. Dead on 0. Sibley. Wow, what can you say? Jim Sibley has just been awesome this weekend. Keep your eye on that Monza as the day continues. Final call for double-entered boxcars. Final call, double-entered boxcars to 3 and 4. We'll take the rest of our boxcars to 3 and 4 at this time as well. Great race between Marty Thornton and Dave Metcha. 2 go down, 1 come back. Both drivers are dead on the dial-in, dead on 9 for that matter. But Dave Metcha, right-hand side, gets the starting line advantage and will get the win over the Mustang of Marty Thornton. Coming up now, Mike Southwick and Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Why do we call him a gentleman? 2 reasons. 1, got an awesome fedora. Very cool, classy hat. Number 2, he's a big help at the Dragway. He was actually down there doing a little mop work with us earlier today. So a big thank you to Gentleman Jim Laughlin, who is going to be the round winner right here. 002 reaction time. 648 with a 9 on the 649 dial-in. Southwick goes red. Laughlin, the gentleman, goes on to the next round. Well, a pair of two classic Chevrolets coming up now. Brian Dumdye in the 57 Chevy right-hand side out of Sycamore, Illinois. A $5.95 dial-in for Dumdye. And Danny Roth in an oftentimes wheel-standing Z28 Chevrolet Camaro on the left-hand side. Looks like he's got a new set of slicks on the back of that Camaro left-hand side. The Mickey Thompson is bright white on the sidewalls. 615 dial-in for Roth, 595 dial-in for Dumdye. Your final pair of no box at the starting line. Bob Dish to cash in his Byron at the end of no box. And the win light's going to go to Danny Roth. 004 reaction time. Dead on 3. That is a 7,000 total package for Danny Roth. An incredibly tight window at the finish line. That is his margin. That is his total package. 7,000 for Danny Roth. Bob Dish. Collect his buy and punch his ticket into round number 2 for the Vega wagon from Verona, Wisconsin. And so that will conclude the opening round of Super Pro No Box. Bob Dish going dead on 0 with the Vega wagon. How about that? Box cars, be ready to go. You are coming out. Lanes 3 and 4. Box cars, be ready to go. You are coming out. We're looking for Nick Folk. Nick Folk, entry number 639. Nick Folk, please report to lane number 2. You are the potential buy in round number 1 of Super Pro Box. I've been talking all day about that 193,000-mile Chevy S10, and there it is. I didn't even realize it was actually here today. Making the tow once more to the playground of power. Does it have a couple of shovels and a watering can in the back of it? It does. It does. That's good news. At least for one 3-year-old. All right. Here we go. Box cars coming out for round number 1 of Eliminations. And there will be a new buy and no box. We'll have that determined here in just a moment's time. Danny Roth, you are the new potential buy for round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. Danny Roth, you are the new potential buy, round number 2, Super Pro No Box. These are the box cars. Mitchell Vincent and Vince Magricina. Coming out first, Vincent left-hand side, double entered with that rear engine dragster. Magricina also double entered with the Monza. The Monza's out front, but here comes the dragster of Mitchell Vincent at the stripe. One light's going to go to the dragster. Mitchell Vincent, 001 reaction time. 1 over the dial and picking up the W by Vince Magricina. Magricina was 10 green on the tree, also 1 over the dial in. 12th thou, the total margin of victory. That's how far ahead. 12 thousandths of a second. Mitchell Vincent crosses the finish line first, picking up the win. DJ Matika, just 17 years of age, driving this beautiful IROC Z28 Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side. Out of Franksville, Wisconsin, a 5:24 dial-in for the teenager. DJ Matika in the door slammer. He is paired up with Nick Mastrada. Nick was double entered into that dragster last night. He had 2 entries alive in round number 5. So yeah, he's got a lot of seat time this weekend. Keep an eye on that dragster right-hand side. 4:54 dial-in for Mastrada. Well, a pair of red lights, but Mastrada, the lesser of the two, will be the winner over DJ Matika. Tim Vincent, Mike Schlatter are your next pair. Schlatter, the Olds 442. Vincent in the dragster left-hand side. Vincent double entered. He is using the entry right now. This is the entry that is currently tied for the number 2 spot in the point standings. So a very critical entry for Tim Vincent. Already the points leader, Shane Pope, has won the first round. Tim Vincent trying to keep pace. And he's going to go on to the next round right here. Vincent is your winner. 006 reaction time. 3 over the dial-in. Schlatter was dead on 7, but he was late at the starting line. Vincent will capitalize and get the win. Melissa Heldman and Buck Davenport coming up now. Davenport on the right-hand side. He is double entered. In fact, we saw him. He was the first pair out in no box to begin the race today. I believe he went red in no box, so he's hoping to turn his fortune around here in the box category. He's in the Camaro right-hand side. Heldman, the registered nurse, in the pickup truck with a 669 dial-in.
'70 Nova on the line of Scott McCann, dialed in at 677. Eddie Bendowitz Jr., a beautiful 68 Camaro, dialed in at 475. 2-second head start for the McCann car. Great run for Eddie. Triple zero light. Runs a 486. I think he got out of it down at the end on 475. Forced the Nova to break out. Mark Nettesheim, 83 Camaro, up against T.C. Williams, the student from Winnebago. Former big-time moneymaker here at Byron Dragway. Another big head start here. 618 dial in for the Camaro, 474 for the dragster. Here we go, another 000 light. TC Williams, a 474 with a 7 on his 474. What a pass. Nate Kelly up next in the Gone Batty machine. Nate was recently at the Division III race at Route 66 Raceway, and he's still going rounds, and hopefully he'll go down to Bowling Green, Kentucky in a few weeks and represent Byron Dragway well. Up against Jerry Kloss, dialed in at 688 in the S10. Jerry Kloss goes to the next round. 003 green. Mike Kelly at 010 green. 689 on a 688 for Kloss. Up next, Mike Murray out of Crestwood, Illinois. The rear engine dragster. Up against Joe Hansen from Williams Bay, Wisconsin. 77 Chevy Monza. Running with the Folk Race Cars decal on the quarter panel. Joe Hansen gets the victory, a 6:01 on a 5:99, 0:37 reaction time. Mike Murray took just a little bit too much stripe down there. Kelly Spears. Pair of dragsters. Right lane, that's Dave Ringelstetter from Johnson Creek, Wisconsin. 480 dial for Kelly, a 624 for Dave. And the Roadster. There goes Dave, here comes Kelly. Kelly there first, 005 green, runs a 481 on a 480. Pair of dragsters, Brandon Antonioni in the left lane out of West Bend, Wisconsin. Eric Grace, Brooklyn, Wisconsin. Brad Antonioni, better reaction time, 009, double breakout. Runs a 477 with an 8 on his 478. Eric Grace, a 446 out of 447. Brad Antonioni to the next round. Brian Folk up next. Durand, Illinois, dialed in at 463. Dialed in at 533 is Pat Gillespie. The 85 Daytona. Bruce called. Rear engine dragster dialed in at 474. A Mopar motor but sitting behind him up against Ed Vanderwitz. The 66 Chevelle dialed in at 5 flat. Dead even off the tree. Vanderwitz breaks out, double breakout, burst call, 473 on a 474. Another pair of dragsters, Jim Prevost in the left lane on the Mundaline, dialed in at 447, dialed in at 489, Monty Fisher from Rockford. Adam Sweet, Davis, Illinois in the left lane, dialed in 487, dialed in at 5 flat even here. John Schober, the realtor out of Orland Park. Well, it was all John's to win there. He does it big time. 3 thousandths over his 5 flat dial in. Pair of door cars, Troy Williams, 69 Nova, dialed in at 580. Jim Laughlin, dialed in at 649 in that Malibu. Former big winner here at Byron Dragway. Great run there for Torrey Williams. 005 green. Runs a 580 with a 5 on his 580. Jim Laughlin, 649 with a 1. 34 thousandths the margin of victory. Bruce Van Stratten, dialed in at 516. Right lane is Ted Cannon, dialed in at 501. Pretty much dead even off the tree. Ted Cannon a 501 with a 7 on his 501. Bruce Van Stratten a 517 on his 516. Next up, Shane Pope in left lane, dialed in at 474. The electrician in the right lane, Jay Allen, dialed in at 506. Shane Pope gets the victory. 474 with a 6 on a 474 dial. Jay Allen was right on his number, but a little bit slow off the light. Great name for a racer here. We got Dan Quick, spelled K-U-I-K. I've pronounced that Quick. Dialed in at 468. Up against Jeff Hyland. Heads up, 468 dial in. Dan Quick takes the victory, takes the tree, takes the victory. Here we go, guys. 397 dial. I can't remember the last time I ever, or if I ever saw a car dialed in the threes in an 8-mile bracket race. That sounds like a top fuel number from Topeka this weekend. Greg Rouleau out of Menominee, Michigan. Commercial fisherman. He's got it all in their hand. I think fisherman and a drag racer. Wow. Aaron Schatt, his opponent from Watertown, Wisconsin. Z28. $176 miles an hour, runs 4 flat with a 7. Competition broke on the line. Still shaking my head up here. Greg Rouleau out of Michigan. Dialed in at 397, runs a 4 flat with a 7 at 176 miles per hour. Wow. Seat Slog. Out of Fond du Lac, rear engine dragster dialed in at 551. Zach Manaseri, and then 91 S10 dialed in at 620. Zachary breaks out, 547 on 551. 003 green for Zach. Runs a 622 with a 3. Next dragster up, that's Tom Gibson from Stager, Illinois. Up against Wes Spurlock out of Elgin in 71 Nova. Wes Spurlock takes the victory, double break out there, get an 024 reaction, 617 with a 9, it's a thou off on his dial in. Tom Gibson was 2 thou off. Dennis D Valerio, dialed in at 427. Dialed in at 525 is Dave Ansel. This 2000 Camaro. Got a 565 Mopar in the left lane, a 565 bow tie in the right lane. Two great passes, only one winner. 000 light for Dennis, runs a 428 on 427. 009 green for Dave, runs a 527. 23 ten-thousandths of second, margin of victory. Left lane brakes, J.J. Poplowski runs it through a 543 on his 549 dial. Okay, a little bit of cleanup on the starting line there. Nothing to worry about. Brent Vincent from right here in Byron. This 91 Camaro dialed in at 489 up against Scott LeBud from Freeport, dialed in at 475. Scott LeBud chases him down. Double breakout. 474 with a 1 on his 475. He had an 010 green. Jim Oliver out of New Lenox. 66 Chevy Super Sport. Jim Zink. The 62 Chevy today out of Sterling, Illinois. Dialed in at 625. Jim Oliver at 564. Jim Zink, dead on. 625 with a 6 on a 625. 007 green. Forced Jim Oliver to break out. Steve Klotz. Little 72 Vega with a big motor under the hood. 582 cubic inches. Up against Josh Goyke from Stillman Valley, right down the road. 406 small block Chevy. Josh Goyke, 010 green, 488 on his 487. Goes to round 2. Dialed in at 479. Richard Briscoe out of Oakley, Illinois in the left lane. Up against Waupun, Wisconsin's Scott Zimmerman. Dialed in at 506. Richard Briscoe, 007 green, runs a 480 on a 479. Scott Zimmerman was right there, but a little bit behind off the tree. Ryan Fasano, Salem, Wisconsin. Dialed in at 478 up against $489 dial in of Mike Bonebright in the right lane out of Rochelle, Illinois. Bonebright goes red. Fasano goes to the next round. Runs a 478 with a 7 on his 478. And tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Pro ET to lanes 9 and 10. This is your first call. Pro ET to lanes 9 and 10. Greg Meyer, you're the potential Byron. Car 5067. Greg Meyer, please go to lane number 8. Greg Meyer to lane 8. And Pro ET to lanes 9 and 10. Ricky Pena, 641 dial in. Mike Pavicic, 515 dial. Looks like Mike is going to have his work cut out for him because Ricky Pena gets there first. 017 green. Forced Mike to break out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from Port Washington, Wisconsin, left-hand lane. Your new track owner here at Byron Dragway. Proud to call this run here. Dialed in at 435. Dialed in at 468 in the right lane is Eric Pavicic from Polo, Illinois. Once again, Pro ET to lanes 9 and 10. Pro ET to 9 and 10. Greg Meyer to lane number 8. Looks like the excitement of the day didn't affect Kevin there. He had a 021 green, run a 437 on a 435, and he's going to go to round number 2. Left lane, Gary Sideschlag, dialed in at 503, the laborer out of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Up against Vince Mastrada from New Lenox, Illinois, my hometown. Gary's going to get about a half a second head start here. Gary goes red. Vince Mastrada goes to the next round. Runs it out the back door. 448 on a 449 dial. Dominic Bowden dialed in at 439. Up against Up against Vince Mangarincini. Dialed in at 570. About a second and a half head start for him. Dominic is owner of Manhattan Collision, not too far south of New Lenox, and he's very noted for being a great painter on automobiles, not walls. One great race here, 571 on a 570 dial. Dominic Bowden, a 441 on a 439. Margin of victory, 7/10,000ths of a second. 0.007. Chevy S10 up next. That's Taylor Schlatter. Dialed in at 673. It's going to get about 1/10 of a second on Mickey Schlatter. Now, how did this happen? They run each other. Pretty obvious they're related to each other with the same last name of Schlatter. And they're both from the same town in Wisconsin. Taylor 007 light, a 673 on a 673 dial. Taylor goes to round 2. Mitch Vincent, dragster out of St. Charles. Dialed in at 485. Going to get a 1/10 of a second head start on T.C. Williams, the student out of Winnebago. .003 green for Mitch. Well, double breakout. DJ Matika, dialed in at 524. Up against the dragster of Scotty Haas. Dialed in at 481. Scotty from just down the road here in Stillman Valley, a pipe fitter. Scotty Haas going to the next round via the red light by his opponent. Takes it out the back door. 478 with a 9 on a 481. One more call for Pro ET. Should be in lanes 9 and 10. Pro ET to 9, 10, 11, and 12 for overflow. 9, 10, 11, 12 for Pro ET. Nick Folk, Durand, Illinois, dialed in at 451. Against Tim Vincent from right here in Byron, dialed in at 483. Double red lights. Nick Folk, the lesser of the two. Going to the next round. 447 with a 9 on his 451. We're going to roll right into Pro ET here now, folks. Keep them rolling. Kip Harms in the right-hand lane. Late model Camaro. Dialed in at 1362. Going to get the head start on Brian Hampton, 88 Camaro, dialed in at 1185. And Kip Harms is going to go to the next round. Brian Hampton goes out via the red light. Kip takes it through 1372 on a 1362. Rod Colbert, 78 Camaro, dialed in at 1047. Dialed in at 1080 is Jesse Albright in the 65 Mustang. Rod Colbert goes red. Jesse Albright goes to round number 2. Jesse was in the top 10 going into this round, so he'll stick around in the points for a while. Joe Cotton, AMC Javelin, dialed in at 1045. We'll get the head start on Dennis Navarro, dialed in at 1019, and that RK Racing 69 Nova. Joe Cotton, 1051 on a 1045, 017 green, goes to round number 2. Bob Dish away first, dialed in at 1045. Brando Carlson dialed in at 9 flat, trying to chase him down. And he does. Runs a 902 on a 9 flat. Spencer called. Wild burnout coming out of the water box. Luckily, nobody ended up on their bottom. 99 Camaro, dialed in at 1067 against that pretty blue 71 Maverick of Don Schomer's, dialed in at 953. Well, Spencer calls going to the next round. Don Schomer gave it away on the line. Camaro goes at 1077 on a 1067. Greg Darm, the 2018 Mustang, dialed in at 1161 up against Larry McMullen, dialed in at 1253, and that 78 AMC Pacer. Well, Larry McMullen gives it away. Greg Darm will go to round 2. 1161 dial in. Takes it through at 1155, so he's got a little bit to play with there. First call goes out to Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6 for your first round, please. Tim Mosier dialed in 1101 in the So Far So Good Camaro. Dialed in at 1075 is Ed Kroll, the college professor. Sponsored by Graybill Auto Service. Pair of 383 small blocks on the line here. Ed Kroll goes to the next round. 1076 on a 1075. 017 green. Forced Mosier to break out. Next up in the left lane, the Firebird of Frank Kraus from Hoffman Estates, dialed at 1096. Against that 65 CUDA out of DeWitt, Iowa, driven by Jim Fitzpatrick, dialed in at 1227. Well, Fitzpatrick gives it away. Frank Kraus will go to round 2. This 1096 dial in. Takes it through at 1092 with a 7. Right on his number there. John Hickson, the engineer out of Plainfield, in that super competitive Buick GS with a 509 big block Chevy under the hood against Jim Sibley in the Iacono and Allen Tribute Pro Stock car. John Hickson takes the victory, a 987 with a 9. 1030 for Jim Sibley. '67 Camaro, 454 big block. Corey Duncan out of Washington, Illinois, up against the Mopar of Mark Langfoss. The 65 Dodge, 466 cubes under the hood. Great run for Mark Langfoss. The Mopar goes to the next round, a 1006 on a 1005. '70 Camaro, left lane. That's John B. Lopez out of Money, Illinois. Dialed in at 922. Giving up 6/10 to Fred Berardi Jr. out of Hanover Park. '75 Camaro. Lopez goes red. Fred Berardi Jr. goes to the next round. 981 on his 982 dial. Fred Trombley, 78 Nova, dialed in at 1207. Against Ryan Sefrud from Oregon and Wisconsin together. Oregon, Wisconsin, not Oregon, Illinois, right? 69 Camaro.
Yeah, no accident with that car.
Dialed in at 1012. Mike Kersey to lane number 4. Mike Kersey to lane number 4. Jim Keith, Jordan Ansel battling it out. Jordan Ansel going rounds, 1087 out of 1085. Jim Keith breaks out. And another call here for Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6. 5, 6, 7, and 8 in overflow for Sportsman. 5, 6, 7, 8. Darren Burkhart, Marty Thornton. Marty Thornton there first, 932 on a 931. Gordon Beach, 53 Studebaker, dialed in at 1177. Evan Folk, dialed in at 1128. Evan Folk goes red. Gordon Beach goes to round 2. Gordon with his 1177 dial takes it through the lights at 1179. Okay, heads up here, folks. Troy Bogner, not in the green Camaro. He's in the Jeep replacement vehicle. The Jeep is competitive. Dialed in at 1390. Up against Fred Fragan. Dialed in at 924 in the Mustang. Oh, can't believe that happened. Fred Fragan, 013 green, runs 924 on his 924. Troy Bogner, 008 in a replacement vehicle with ran a little bit under a 1360 on a 1390. Valiant effort by Troy to try to stay here and go rounds today. Z28, that's Dan Roth out of Loves Park. Dialed in at 975. 69 Camaro, it's Dave Mecha. Dialed in at 1016. Aerospace mechanic left lane, a CNC machinist right lane. Dan Roth red lights. Dave Mecha goes to the next round. Hit a great 007 reaction time. Runs a 1016 on his 1016. Mike Kersey out in front. Pete Crimebrink trying to chase him down, but it's not going to make any difference because Pete went red. Mike Kersey goes to round number 2, runs 1103 on his 1105 dial. 68 Mustang, that's Dwayne Rins, dialed in at 1099. Up against Terry Heller, dialed in at 1126 in the Vega. Terry Heller, much better reaction time and the victory, 11:31 on his 11:26. '61 Corvette of Bill Swarm, dialed in at 10:53. Up against Brian Dumdye. Beautiful '57 Chevy with that big 582 cubic inches under the hood. Great race going here. Can Brian get him? Yes, he can. Runs a 934 on his 934 and 023 green. Jim Alazve up next in the left lane. At 80 Malibu, run dialed in at 981. Up against Greg Meyer, dialed in at 1054 in the GTO. A little bit of a staging duel here. Alazve goes red. Greg Meyer goes to the next round. That was the end of our Pro ET going into Sportsman Eliminator. Street Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. First call out for Street Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Roman Sakis, 2013 Camaro, up against 2011 Camaro, Kip Harms out of Cullum, Illinois. Kip Harms, 1376 on a 1364, goes to round number 2. Brett Michael from right here in Byron, Illinois, 84 Camaro, dialed in at 11 flat. Dialed in at 1110 is the orange Mustang Cobra. Brett Michael dialed in 11 flat, runs 1105, forced the Mustang to break out. 1096 on an 1110. '79 Mustang of Tim Railsback in the left lane, dialed in at 13 flat. Trying to chase him down, dialed in 1166 is Dennis Roche. That's '78 Mustang. Dennis currently sitting in around 6th in points, I believe. And Dennis is going to go to the next round. 1167 on 1166 dial. Greg Darm, left lane Mustang. Right lane Joe Zender, 95 Camaro, getting a head start. Dialed in at 1304. Greg Darm dialed in at 1157. Greg Darm red lights it away. Joe Zender dialed in at 1304, goes to 1295, and also goes to the next round. Riley Abel, hatchback Mustang, up against Tyler Beeshold. An Explorer dialed in 1695. It's 1.5 seconds there. Street Eliminator. You should be coming to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Audi in the left lane, dialed in 1110. Up against Ulysses Martin, dialed in 1171 in the Cutlass. Audi goes red. Ulysses is going to go to round number 2. Runs 1177 on his 1171. Brian Hampton, 88 Camaro, dialed in at 1211. Herman Zender, dialed in at 1384. And Brother Joe's Mustang. Unusual there. 1380 on double breakout. Herman Zender had 019 green. Brian Hampton ran 1190 on 1211. Herman Zender goes to round 2. Another Audi in the left lane, dialed in at 1120. Robert France dialed in at 1254 out in front. Robert France goes to the next round. 1261 on a 1254 dial. Another call for Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Doug Hampton dialed in 1194. Up against Bill Larson, 92 Mustang. Bill was in a four-way tie here today for fourth place, starting out the day. Bill pretty much right on his dial there. Goes 1324 on a 1323. Goes to round number 2. Doug Hampton goes to 1209 on his dial. Steve Weedy up next, dialed in at 1270 in that 79 Trans Am. Up against current number 3 car in the points, Stephen Mraz, dialed in at 1438 in the 2014 Camaro. Well, Steve Weedy just took out Steve Mraz. 002 green for Steve, a 1274 on his 1270 dial. So one of your top 5 cars is going home here in Sportsman's already. Andy Pruitt out of Ashton, Illinois. The S10 dialed in at 1155. Against Larry McMullen, back up here in the 78 AMC Pacer, getting a 1 second head start. Larry takes the victory there, 1261 on a 1255 dial. Jacob Williams up next in the 12 Challenger, up against Jody Hampton in the Malibu Wagon. A 1242 to a 1335 dial. Jody Hampton going rounds. Jody Hampton a 1337 on a 1335 dial. Frank Kraus, the Firebird, dialed in at 11 flat. Marty Pixler getting a head start in that 55 Chevy at 1195. Marty currently tied for points lead here with Fred Trombley. Lots of implications in this matchup right here. I would call that more than a mild upset. Marty Pixler goes red. Frank Kraus goes to the next round. Rod Colbert, the Z28 dialed in 11 flat. The Challenger from Chuck Zagretti dialed in at 1228. Rod Colbert breaks out. Chuck Zagretti goes to round number 2, a 1229 on his 1228 dial. Final call for Street Eliminator. You should be in 1 and 2. Final call, Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Savannah Hickson, 92 Firebird, dialed in at 1232. Andy Brody in the 92 Mustang, dialed in at 1275. Savannah goes red. Andy Brody goes to the next round. He had an 019 green, 1275 dial, runs at 1272 with an 8. Kerry Carpenter from Algonquin, the Z28, dialed in at 1380. Firebird in the right lane, that's Anthony Parks out of Franklin Grove, dialed in at 1582. Gary Carpenter goes red. Anthony Parks goes to round number 2. Can we move the green four-wheeler? Lane number 1, there's a ATV there. Can we please move that away from the cars, please? The ATV in the front of lane number 1, can we please move it? Parked right in front of the white pickup. Fred Trombley, left lane. Takes the victory, 12-12 on his 1208 dial. Competition 1134 and 1128. Michaela Highland, dialed in at 1514 in the Impala, up against Terry Heller, Nevega, dialed in at 1125. Terry Heller moving around down there, got real close to the center line, still pulls it out, runs 11:30 and 11:25. Looks like Mike Kersey is going to get the bye run here in Sportsman Eliminator. Dialed in 11:03. Runs a 1097. That completes our first round of Sportsman ET. Michael Pote, currently tied for first place in Street Eliminator up here in the left lane. Kip Harms trying to chase him down. Dialed in at 1366. And it's going to be really close down there on the top end. And Kip Harms takes out the points, one of the points leaders. Another mild upset here today. Mustang in the left lane, that's Paul Winters, dialed in at 1320, up against Roman Sakis, dialed in at 1252, in the 2013 Camaro. Roman Sakis, 1241, double breakout on a 1252. Paul Winters at 1296 on a 1320. Kip Norup in the Mustang up against Joe Zender in his 95 Camaro. Joe Zender currently tied for fourth. Joe is going to have his hands full down there. Can he do it? Yes, he does. 1304 dial. He ran a 1294. Double breakout. Kip Norup runs a 1478 on a 1490. Herman Zender in the convertible, dialed in at 1383. Might do a little skipping around down there, but he's going to take the victory of 1393 on a 1383 dial. No box buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. No box buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Robert France with a victory there, 1281 on a 1254. The challenger in the left lane, that's Jacob Williams, dialed in at 1250. And the big head start is Brian Hampton in the Chevy SUV. And Brian's going to go to the next round. Jacob breaks out. Brian runs a 1703 and a 1750. Savannah Hickson, the 92 Firebird, dialed in at 1250. Bill Larson, dialed in at 1321, will get the head start in his 92 Mustang. Attention again, no box buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Call goes out to no box buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Bill Larson, 1325 on a 1321 dial. Goes to round number 2. Kerry Carpenter, the Z28, dialed in at 1390, getting a head start on Steve Wheaty and the 79 Trans Am. Anthony Parks, dialed in at 1582. And the Firebird up against Stephen Mraz, dialed in at 1438. Stephen Mraz takes a victory at 1457 on a 1438. Michaela Highland, the Impala, dialed in at 1505, getting a head start on Andy Brody and his Mustang, dialed in at 1275. Andy Brody went out on 1275 with a one on 1275. Michaela Allen, a 1507, a 1505. It was one on the starting line. I don't want to read the figures for either driver. I'll keep that to myself, I think. Jody Hampton with the Byron. Dials in 1330, runs it through at a 1334. No box buybacks, you should be in 3 and 4. No box buybacks should be in 3 and 4.
All right, we've got the buybacks. Now we're looking for the winners to lanes 5 and 6. Lanes 5 and 6, Super Pro. No box winners from round number 1. We need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. No box winners to lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Brando Carlson, Mike Etchison, pair of Chevrolet Camaros to open a round of 557 Island for Etchison on the right-hand side. 565 for Carlson, the truck driver from Montgomery, Illinois. Well, he's used to wheeling an 18-wheeler today. Driving the Camaro, and Carlson is going to be successful on his wife's birthday weekend. So Brando Carlson trying to put a smile on Barb's face as she celebrates her birthday at the Playground of Power. That'll make way now for John Hickson and Chris Wicker. Wicker coming up in the Buick right-hand side. A 705 dial-in for the Buick of Chris Wicker. 625 dial-in for John Hickson, the engineer from Plainfield, Illinois. The 1970 Buick GSX. Well, Hickson gets off the line and that car falls right on its face, and perhaps he may have just shut it down early once he went red. Hard to say. 707 on the 705 dial-in. Wicker is your winner by virtue of the red light start from John Hickson. That'll bring up Brent Rutherford and Mike Miller. Rutherford had a perfect light in the opening round, but broke out at the finish line. He is a buyback in. You got to believe his confidence is high at the starting line. 676 for Rutherford in the left-hand side. 606 for Mike Miller in the Nova, right-hand lane. They are off and running clean green at the stripe. Win line's going to go to Brent Rutherford. 678 on the 676 dial-in. Rutherford is your winner over Mike Miller. Next up, Mark Rosenbaum and Buck Davenport. Rosenbaum and the Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side, a 64 model with the 593 dial-in for the contractor from Stoughton, Wisconsin. 585 dial-in for Davenport in the Camaro right-hand side. And a final call for no box winners from round number 1. Still looking for no box class winners from round number 1 of Eliminations. These are the buybacks. We are looking for our winners from round number 1 of Super Pro No Box. Dead on 7, Buck Davenport, your winner in the right-hand lane over Mark Rosenbaum. Buck Davenport buys his way back in and gets the win light. Taylor Schlatter and Maureen Lancaster are your next pair. Lancaster in the Camaro right-hand side. 648 dial-in for the Super Sport model. 69 Camaro from Shannon, Illinois. Schlatter, it's not a 69, that is a 96 Chevy S10. Win light to Taylor Schlatter. Watch out, Mike Schlatter. He is excited and to the moon with excitement. Fred Berardi Jr. and Brian Dumdye coming up now. Dumdye on the right-hand side, the 57 Chevy from Sycamore, Illinois, a 595 dial-in for Dumdye. Fred Berardi Jr. in the Camaro, 623 dial-in for Berardi. So a last and final call, Super Pro, no box. Danny Roth, can you hear me? Can you pull over to lane 2, Danny? You are the potential buy this round. You are the potential buy of this round, Danny Roth. We will take double entered box class buybacks. Double entered Super Pro box class buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Safe travels back to Stratter, to Jim and Dana Keith. I see them headed out the gate. Thank you for coming. Wow, both drivers are dead on the dial-in. Dead on 0 for Berardi. Dead on 4 for Dumb Die. Brian Dumb Die is the winner on the right-hand side. He is 18 green to Berardi's 40 at the starting line. 18 thou. That's the margin of victory for Brian Dumb Die. Again, we're looking for double-entered box class buybacks. Double-entered box class buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Double-entered box class buybacks to lanes 3 and 4 at this time, please. John B. Lopez Jr. and Dave Metcha. Metcha coming up in the 69 model Camaro right-hand side. A 644 dial-in for Metcha. 587 dial-in for John B. Lopez. Again, both drivers go right on the money. 587 with an 8 for Lopez. Dead on 8 for Lopez. Dead on 9 for Metcha. Metcha starting line advantage by 17 thou. He'll get the win in the right-hand lane. That'll bring up Ricky Pena and Kenny Norup. This ought to be a good one. Norup in the right-hand side. The Ford Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois with a 584 dial-in. Paired up with Ricky Pena. 642 dial-in for Pena in the Rum Runner Chevy 2. Wow, Ricky Pena goes dead on 1, 006, 7th out. Total package for the win. Kenny Norup also goes dead on. He's dead on 4. And 27 is a good bulb, but not good enough to a 006 from Ricky Pena. It's worth noting the last 3 pairs, all cars, and all those pairs have been dead on the dial-in. That's 6 cars in a row. All 3 pairs in a row have been dead on the dial-in. Can Jim say, oh, this is it? These are the 2 cars that were going to face off last night. The last 2 no-boxers standing from Saturday. The 2 best of the weekend, without a doubt, Jim Sibley and Shane Pope. What a matchup here in round number 2. And the win line is going to go to Shane Pope. Pope will get the better of Sibley this time. 682 on the 681 dial-in. Pope gets the win line over Jim Sibley in what might have been round number 6 from yesterday, had we gotten to it. Patrick Hill and Bob Dish coming up now. A red line start for Patrick Hill in the Malibu. Bob Dish is your winner, going dead on 7. Patrick Hill is dead on 2. I'm going to call that the theme of round number 2. Dead on the dial-ins. We've had more cars go dead on this round than likely any round this year. How about that? Corey Duncan and Kevin Lancaster at the starting line. Both of these drivers have been to the Byron Dragway Winner Circle in 2022. So this should be a good one. Duncan in the 67 Camaro, Lancaster in the 37 Chevy Coupe. And this one is living up to expectations. Almost identical reaction times. Double breakout. Kevin Lancaster is the winner. 594.5 and a 595 dial-in. Lancaster breaking out by just 5 thousandths of a second. Corey Duncan breaking out by 16 thou. Your next pair, Dave Menany and Al Nigro. Nigro in the Chevelle right-hand side, Menini in the Monte Carlo left-hand side. Head start's going to go to the Chevelle of Al Nigro. 728 is his dial to the 598 of Dave Menini. Final call for double-entered box class buybacks. Final call, double-entered box class buybacks to 3 and 4. We will take all box class buybacks to the lanes at this time. All Super Pro box class buybacks to 3 and 4. Big wheels up launch for the Monte Carlo. But will it be enough? Yes, it will. Dave Menini on a double breakout. He'll be the winner over Al Nigro. Nigro breaks out by 12 thou. Menini by just 100th. Right there, 2 thou. That's the margin of victory for the Monte Carlo of Dave Menini. That'll bring up gentlemen Jim Laughlin and Darren Burkhardt. Burkhardt, the Pontiac Grand Prix from Winnebago, Illinois, a transmission specialist. An HVAC mechanic, 690 dialing for Burkhardt on the right-hand side, 649 for Jim Laughlin, the shop owner of Jim's Mechanic Shop in Albany, Wisconsin. Red light start for Burkhardt, 002 for Jim Laughlin. The gentleman goes on to the next round in a not-so-gentlemanly display of driving. 002 light. That was ruthless from Jim Laughlin. Final pair of no box are at the starting line. Danny Roth was the potential buy coming into this round, and he is paired up with Jesse Albright as we have an even number of cars. Once again, Nick Folk, you are carrying the buy into Super Pro box, round number 2. Nick Folk, when we call the winners, you can report to lane number 2. So Danny Roth in the Camaro, Jesse Albright in the Mustang. Battle of the Pony Cars here to conclude this second round of Super Pro no box. And this one is anybody's drag race. Both reaction times start with a 1. And Danny Roth will come away the winner. 1 over the dial-in, 6:16 on the 6:15 dial-in. Danny Roth carries the bye into round number 3. Super Pro, no box. And a pair of young guns to open up this round of Super Pro box class buybacks. DJ Matika, just 17 years of age in the IROC Z Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side on the 524 dial-in. Paired up with the 21-year-old sensation T.C. Williams, the $160,000 champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals from 1 year ago. Williams in the right-hand side, Matika left-hand lane. What a way to open this round. 004 ran for T.C. Williams, and DJ Matika will advance to round number 2. Advance to round number 3. Thank you, Camden, for pointing out the error in my ways. Tim Vincent and Eric Grace coming up next. But it's nice to know you're paying attention, Camden. It's not crickets out there. You are listening. Tim Vincent, 486 dial-in. He's in the left-hand side. He is double-entered. This is not the entry of his that is sitting number 2 in points right now, so his buyback does not earn points, but this is not his primary entry. This is his double in the left-hand side. Paired up with the amazing Grace and a very quick rear-engine dragster right-hand side out of Brooklyn, Wisconsin. The 446 dial-in for Eric Grace in the right-hand lane. Two go down, one comes back. That's going to be Eric Grace in the right-hand side. What a drag race. Grace is dead on 8. His margin of victory at the finish line was .0007, 7 ten-thousandths of a second. The margin of victory for Eric Grace over Tim Vincent. That will not be the last we see of Tim Vincent. He is double-entered in his primary car that is earning points in the points battle. Is still in competition. Mike Schlatter and Aaron Schott coming up now. Schott on the right-hand side of the Z28 Chevrolet Camaro from Watertown, Wisconsin. 585 dial-in for Schott, 661 for Schlatter in the Olds 442. A breakout for Schott, a win light for Schlatter. Dead on 2. The Olds 442 in the left-hand side is your winner, Mike Schlatter. Jim Prevost, Jeff Highland, your next pair. Prevost left-hand side, 446 dial-in. Highland in the right-hand lane, 469. Dead on 9, Jeff Highland by 2 thou at the finish line gets the win over Prevost. Prevost was 005 on the tree, Highland 15 green. Prevost won over with a 9, Highland dead on 9, 2 thou at the stripe. The margin of victory for Jeff Highland. Zachary Siegel coming up now on the left-hand side, just 16 years of age. A young gun from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin with the 549 dial-in. Paired up with Ed Benderowicz Sr., the 66 Chevelle on the right-hand side, who has no shortage of nitrous to purge. 498 dial-in for Benderowicz, 549 for Siegel. Win light to Ed Banderowicz Sr. going 502 on a 498 Dylan. Siege Lock broke out. Scott McCann and Vince Magracina at the starting line, just about 1 second the difference in Dylan's. McCann will leave first in the Nova left-hand side against the Monza of Vince Magracina. Wow, what a race, what a performance. Vince Magracina, 007 green. Dead on 0, that is a 7th out total package for Vince Magracina. Picking up the win over Scott McCann. McCann was 1 over 12 green. Very good, but Magracina just a little bit better. Mark Nettesheim and Scott Zimmerman. Coming up now, Zimmerman on the right-hand side from Waupun, Wisconsin. 506 dial-in for the dragster on the right-hand side. 619 is the dial-in for Mark Nettesheim. The two-tone third-gen Chevrolet Camaro from Wisconsin. A red light start for Nettesheim and a win light to Scott Zimmerman. 12 green, 1 under. Zimmerman advances to round number 3, Camden. Melissa Heldman and Dave Ansel on track at this time. Ansel in the Camaro. And Ansel wins the win light. Wow, check this one out. Heldman goes dead on 6. Ansel is dead on 1. Heldman, 28 green. Ansel, 23 green. 10 thou. That's the total margin of victory for Dave Ansel in the Camaro over Melissa Heldman. A pair of red lights. And Mike Murray is the winner. The lesser of the 2 red lights. 005 red for Murray. 009 red for Pavicic. Mike Murray is your winner. Okay, we're looking for double-entered box class winners to 3 and 4. Double-entered box class winners to 3 and 4, please. Double-entered box class winners to lanes 3 and 4. Steve Kloss, Mike Bonebright. Coming up now, Bonebright on the right-hand side of 489 dial-in. Bonebright good for a final round appearance pretty much every year at Byron Dragway, so he is due this weekend. Steve Kloss comes into this weekend, or comes into today rather, in the top 5 in points. Another spectacular wheels-up launch for the Vega of Steve Kloss, but he's going to break out. Mike Bonebright is the winner in the dragster right-hand side. He'll get the starting line advantage, 13 on the tree to Kloss's 24. 2 over the dial-in to Kloss's breaking out by 1. Next up, Brent Vincent, driving his cousin Mitchell's Camaro on the left-hand side. 580 dial-in for Brent. 506 dial-in for Jay Allen, retired union electrician from beautiful Utica, Illinois. And Utica truly is beautiful. Charming community right there on the Illinois River, the gateway to Starved Rock country. One of, if not the, most visited state park in all of Illinois. Win light's going to go to Brent Vincent, left-hand side. He is 1 over the dial, and as is Jay Allen. Vincent was 15, green to Allen's 20. Do the math. 1 thou, the margin of victory for Brent Vincent in the left-hand side over Jay Allen. Brian Folk and Jim Laughlin coming up at this time. Folk on the left-hand side, 463 dial-in for the VP Racing Lubricants sponsored entry. From the Folk Race Cars team in Durand, Illinois. 648 dial-in for Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Back up again as a double-entered car with a 648 dial-in. Dominic Bowden and Mike Pavicic are coming up at this time. The winner in the previous pair was Brian Folk over Jim Laughlin. Bowden left-hand side, a talented car painter from Minooka, Illinois. 441 is his dial. Pavicic, cement finisher from Dixon with a 515 dial-in. Dominic Bowden, the winner, 1 over the dial in 28 on the tree. Pavicic got there first. Pavicic had room to spare. Pavicic breaks out. Bowden is the winner. What a drag race. Both drivers going dead on the dial-in. Dead on 9 for Sweet. Dead on 9 for Nate Kelly. And Nate Kelly by 10 thou is your winner on the right-hand side over Adam Sweet. Coming up now, DJ Matika, who is double entered. 525 dial-in for Matika and the left-hand side. 515 dial-in for Bruce Van Stratten in the right-hand lane. Van Stratten is a buyback in the right-hand side. Came into today. Tied for number 2 in points with Tim Vincent. He is no longer earning points, merely in defense mode at this time for Bruce Van Stratten. So we have called all of the double-entered box class winners. We're looking for all box class winners at this time. If you are a box class car, if you won the opening round of eliminations, hey, we're looking for you to the lanes, please. We need all box class winners to the lanes for round number 2. Bruce Van Stratten is the winner by 2 thou at the stripe over DJ Matika. Matika with the starting line advantage. But he'll go 3 over the dial, and Van Stratten was 2 over the dial and picks up the win in a very tight race at the finish line. That'll bring up Gary Siegel and Tom Gibson. Backing up from the burnouts. Gibson into the right-hand side of the supercharged dragster from Steger, Illinois. 459 a dial-in for Gibson on the right-hand side. With the 4-link car. Siegel, left-hand side, a 504 dial-in for the laborer from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Red light start for Siegel and Tom Gibson lights the win light. 008 green and 1 over the dial-in. Rick Susak and Eddie Banderowicz Jr. Eddie B. Camaro, right-hand side, 475 dial-in. Susak in the dragster, left-hand lane. Close race at the starting line. Finish line, give it to Eddie Banderowicz Jr. Dead on 7. And moving on to round number 3 over Rick Susak. Second call, we're looking for all of the Super Pro box class winners from round number 1. Mitchell Vincent and Buck Davenport. Hey, it looks like we're in the winners of Super Pro box at this time. Vincent in the dragster, 484 dial-in. Davenport in the Camaro, 585. Just about 1 second, almost exactly. A head start for Davenport. There goes the Camaro. Here comes the dragster at the finish line. Mitchell Vincent, dead on 7, is your winner over Buck Davenport. And Vince Magracina is the winner right here over Torrey Williams. Williams was 007 green at the starting line, 1 over the dial-in. Magracina 14 green and dead on 3. That is a 6th thou margin of victory for Vince Magracina. So a broke by here for Ricky Pena. Unfortunate turn of events here for Nick Mastrada, who was on an absolute tear the last 2 days. Was double entered and reached the 5th round yesterday with both cars. One entry advanced into the 6th round, but they will be unable to answer the call once they cross the yellow stripe here. So Ricky Pena looking in good form today. Dead on 4, 16 green, 20 thou total package for Ricky Pena and the Rum Runner Chevy 2. That's going to bring up Tim Vincent and Mike Schlatter. Schlatter in the right-hand side of the old 442 with a 660 dial-in. And Tim Vincent, who comes into today tied for number 2 in points. And yes, he is earning points still with this dragster. Shane Pope, the points leader, already advanced into round number 2. So right now, everybody else is just trying to keep pace with the points leader. Tim Vincent continues his quest for the points championship. 004 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in. Picking up the W over Mike Schlatter in round number 2 of Super Pro Box. Coming up now, Machine Gun Kelly Spears at the left-hand side of the rear engine dragster from New Milford, Illinois. 479 dial-in for Spears, 688 dial-in for Jerry Kloss. The Chevy S10 pickup truck from Random Lake, Wisconsin. Jerry Kloss is the winner over Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Camden, what is this you're talking about, a 3rd floor? There is an XLR jack up there. I might take the show upstairs. We can go our separate ways, Camden. Bruce Call, Pat Gillespie at the starting line. Gillespie, the Dodge Daytona. What a beautiful door slammer on the right-hand side. 533 dial-in for the Dodge from Pecatonica, Illinois. 473 dial-in for Bruce Call, celebrating 51 years of drag racing in 2022. Pat Gillespie is going to be the winner. Both drivers are exactly 1 over the dial-in apiece. 34 green for Call, 006 green for Gillespie. Pat Gillespie in the door car gets the win. Well, a pretty big difference in dial-ins right here. Just about 1 3/4 seconds will be the head start for the Chevy Monza of Joe Hansen in the right-hand lane against Dennis D Valerio in the supercharged dragster from Algonquin, Illinois. Win line to Dennis D Valerio, dead on 5. 16 green gets there first by 5 thou at the stripe. Hansen tried to stay out front, could not do so, but broke out in the process. 6 flat with the 3 on the 601 dial-in. Breakout for Hansen. Win light for D Valerio. Wes Spurlock and J.J. Poplowski coming up now. Poplowski in the right-hand side. Truck driver from McHenry, Illinois with a 543 dial-in. Spurlock. Teenager with a cowboy hat with a 618 dial-in. .009 red for Spurlock, and Poplowski is the winner. 550 with the 4 on the 543 dial-in. Taylor Schlatter and Monty Fisher. Coming up now is Fisher in the dragster, Schlatter in the pickup truck. Dead on one. Taylor Schlatter is the winner in the pickup over Monty Fisher. Another bring up Kevin Robertson and Ted Cannon. Cannon on the right-hand side. A 501 dial-in for Cannon, 436 dial-in for Robertson. And the left-hand side, a Pro-Charged rear-engine dragster. Speaking of Pro-Charged, there it is, lane number 7. Greg Rouleau had a 397 dial-in earlier today. You've been on the starting line when that car goes. Do you feel it? Does it just feel fast standing by it? Dead on 5. Kevin Robertson turns on the win light over Ted Cannon. That might have been a rematch from yesterday. I believe Robertson and Cannon paired up on Saturday as well. Dan Kike and T.C. Williams coming up now. Williams in the right-hand side, double-entered with that dragster in the right lane. 474 dial-in for Williams, 468 for Dan Kike. Now, Mr. Simpson, you have stood at the starting line when an NHRA fuel car takes off. How does Rouleau's car compare to that? Well, no comparison. Well, okay. It's still powerful. A fuel car might be about 3 to 4 times more powerful, but it is still very, very powerful. The earth shakes. And T.C. Williams goes 004 at the starting line and dead on 7. That is an 11 thou total package for T.C. Williams on the right-hand side. Dan Kike was dead on 2, 16 green, 18 thou total package. 11 for Williams, 18 for Kike. Do the difference, 7 thou. That's the margin of victory for T.C. Williams on the right-hand side. Then bring up Shane Pope and Josh Goyke. Pope came into today 8th place in points with his box dragster that is owned by Bruce Van Stratten. 474 dial-in for Pope on the left-hand side. 486 dial-in for Josh Goyke of nearby Stillman Valley, Illinois. Final call, box cars. Final call, box cars. If you are not there, you are officially late. We're looking for Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10, lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Greg Meyer, bring it on over to lane at number 8, please. Greg Meyer to lane at number 8 with your GTO. Shane Pope is the winner. Check it out. Wow, dead on 5 for Pope, dead on 1 for Goike. Goike left about 100th at the starting line. That's all that Pope needed to get the win by 6 thou at the finish line. Shane Pope, the winner in the left-hand lane. Pro Eliminator, second call. Lanes 9 and 10, lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator, we need you to lanes 9 and 10, please. Greg Meyer, potential by to lane number 8. Richard Briscoe, Scott Labuddy. Very closely dialed. 479 for Briscoe on the left-hand side. 475 for three-time track champion Scott Labuddy of nearby Freeport, Illinois. .003 red for Briscoe, and Scott Labuddy is the winner. You are right. Greg Darm is an outstanding man, an outstanding gentleman. He's just outstanding in the middle of lane number 4 right there. Tip of the cap to Greg Darm. Always good to see you at the playground of power. Brad Antonioni and Jim Zink at the starting line. Zink on the right-hand side is Chevy 2 from Sterling, Illinois. 625 dial-in for Zink. 478 dial-in for Brad Antonioni in the left-hand lane of West Bend, Wisconsin. How about that Brad Antonioni? 005 reaction time. 2 over the dial and picks up the win by 16 thou at the stripe over Jim Zink. Well, a pair of former junior drivers. They were probably about a generation apart. Not sure they ever raced each other in the juniors. It's highly unlikely, frankly. Manasiri on the right-hand side, a 620 dial-in for the pickup truck from Orland Park, Illinois. 483 dial-in for Vincent in the dragster, left-hand side. Well, the S10 just loses steam down track. He shuts it down early. Manasiri coasting through just a 673. He had the starting line advantage against Vincent, but could not get to the finish line. Only 97 miles per hour. Vincent's going to be the winner on the left-hand side. Charlie, you arrive just in time for the Pro Charged dragster of Greg Rouleau with a 398 dial-in. A Vortec blower, according to the pit reporter, making close to 3,000 horsepower. Paired up with Scotty Haas, who's had some transmission issues this weekend. Fingers crossed it stays together. Four flat, 176 miles per hour. Greg Rouleau is your winner. Scotty Haas will go red by 0.02 of a second. And Greg Rouleau on an absolutely outstanding run. 18 green, 4-0-0 with the 2 on the 398 dial-in. At a smooth 176 miles per hour. Ryan Fasano and John Schober coming up. We are almost through this round. This is the final pair of box cars. Nick Folk will collect his bye to conclude this round. And then it's time. Round number 2. Pro Eliminator in lanes 9 and 10. Be ready to go. Be ready to go. Pro Eliminator. Be ready to go. Lanes 9 and 10. Pro ET. Be ready to go. I will tell you who is ready to go. Quarter Mile Charlie went out, got some fresh air, picked up a refreshment from the Dragway Diner. Ice cream. You got ice cream. You scream ice cream. We all scream for ice cream from the Dragway Diner. That's right. Swing on down. Nothing says a beautiful August day of drag racing at Byron Dragway quite like a dish of ice cream from the diner. 005 red for Ryan Pisano. Win light, John Schober. Dead on 4 for Schober on the right-hand side. That'll make way for Nick Folk, who's going to collect his buy and punch his ticket in the round of number 3 of Super Pro Box. Brian Steele, we are ready for Pro Eliminator. Drivers, lanes 9 and 10, be ready to go. Sportsman class, we'll take Sportsman class as well to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Steve Weed. Steve Weed, you are the potential buy. Please report to lane number 4. Steve Weed, please report to lane number 4. Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. How about that? Nick Folk goes dead on 223. Green on the tree, 25 foul. Total package on the Byron. Charlie, that's a wrap around number 2 of Super Pro competition. Here comes Pro Eliminator. Round number 2.
Here we go, round number 2, Pro ET Eliminator here at Byron Dragway. Everybody's looking to move up in points today. Number 1 car out. I think number 2 car is not here. Randall Carlson is currently showing in 2nd in points. We have to go quite a few rounds here today to catch up to Troy Wagner, but I'm sure he'll give it his best to do what he can. Dialed in at 9 flat. Against the Camaro in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 1366. There goes the Camaro. Here comes Brando. Reaction time does it. Runs a 9:05 on his 9 flat at an 019 green. Next up, Frank Kraus. The Firebird dialed in at 1092. Gonna get a head start on Jesse Albright. And the 65 Mustang dialed in at 1081. Frank Kraus marches on a 1093 on his 1092 dial. Forced Jesse Albright to break out. Dave Metcha. 6th in points coming today. Dialed in at 1016 in the Camaro. The Malibu of Jordan Ansel. Dialed in at 1086. Jordan Ansel, much better reaction time, a 1088 on a 1086 dial. Dave Metcha, a 1017 on a 1016 dial. Gordon Beach, 1178 dial in the 53 Studebaker up against Marty Thornton in the 70 Mustang, dialed in at 932. Gordon. Here comes Marty, trying to chase him down. And he does it. Great run, a 9:33 on a 9:32. A little bit better reaction time. Takes him to the next round. Joe Cotton in the Javelin out of St. John's, Indiana, up against Fred Fragan, Sandwich, Illinois, in an 82 Mustang. And Joe Cotton's going to march on to the next round. Fred goes red. Tim Vincent, you're the potential buy run in round number 3 of box. Tim Vincent, potential buy run next round. '99 Camaro, that's Spencer Call. Now then at 1069. Get up a real small dial in there to Ed Kroll. The Graybeal Auto Services 67 Camaro. Spencer goes red. Ed Kroll goes to round 3. Fred Trombley with the head start here at 1207 dial at Nova. Terry Heller in the Vega dialed at 1125. Looks like a pretty much dead even race here at the top end. Terry Heller at 1127 on 1125. Beats out the 1211. Greg Darm dialed in 1157 in his Mustang. Fred Berardi in a 75 Camaro dialed in at 981. Greg Darm going to round 3 via the red light. Runs at 1160 on his 1157. John Hickson, that beautiful Buick GS, 509 cubic inch big block Chevy, 971 dial. Dialed in 1102, Mike Kersey, the Olds Power, the Olds Cutlass, small block. John Hickson, 003 red, Mike Kersey going to round number 3. Two beautiful race cars on the line now. The 57 Chevy of Brian Dumdye from Sycamore, dialed in at 934. Mark Langfoss, dialed in at 1004. And that super stock looking 65 Dodge 466 powered car. Wheels up for Mark. Here comes Brian trying to chase him down. Can't do it. Double breakout. 10:01 for Mark on the 10:04. A 9:30 and a 9:34 for Brian. The Mopar goes to round number 3. Greg Meyer, our buy car this round. 68 GTO. 1055 dial on the window. Sportsmen, you should be in 5 and 6. Sportsmen, you should be in 5 and 6. Wheels up for Greg. Shooting for that 1055 on the other end. Does 1054 with a 9. Only a thou off. Street Eliminator, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Brett Michael, 84 Camaro, dialed in 11 flat. Anthony Parks in the Firebird, dialed in at 1593. Almost a 4-second head start here. Oh, Anthony Parks, 001 red. Brett Michael goes to round 3. Runs it through 1137 on the 11 flat, saving it for next round. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2, please. Riley Abel out in front in the Mustang. Joe Zender in the Camaro trying to chase him down. And he does it 13:05 on a 13 flat. The AMC Pacer, that's Larry McMullen, Elwood, Illinois, out of you. Dialed in at 1251 against Ulysses Martinez from Elgin. McCudless. Larry McMullen out in front and stays there. 1258 on a 1251. 020 green helped him out there. Kip Harms, Cullum, Illinois, 2011 Camaro up against Jody Hampton in the Malibu wagon. Kip Harms goes 005 red. Jody Hampton goes to round number 3. Frank Kraus, 82 Firebird, dialed in 11 flat. Robert France dialed in at 1253. The Trailblazer. Another call for Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. If you're back there in the pits, Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Joe Zender to lane number 3. Joe Zender, car 326. Potential buy. Fred Trombley is Nova. 1213 dialed in at 1382. Herman Zender in the Mustang convertible. Great reaction time there for Herman. 004 green. Terry Heller, Bill Larson. Bill out in front, Terry trying to chase him down. Terry forced Bill to break out. He runs a 13.19 on a 13.21. Chuck Segretti, the challenger, going the next round. Mike Kersey lights it away. Andy Brody dialed in at 1275. The 92 Mustang. Dennis Roche dialed in at 1166. Well, Dennis Roche red lights and gets out of it down there. Andy Brody is going rounds. Takes it through at 1327 on a 1275 dial. Byron here in Sportsman Steve Weedy, the 79 Trans Am, dialed at 1261. Runs it through at 1277 at 109. Here we go, right into Street Eliminator. First call out for no box to the next round. Lanes 3 and 4. Danny Roth, car R363, carries the potential bye. Once again, no box. This is your call to 3 and 4. No box to 3 and 4. Thank you, Anthony Parks.
Maybe he's not leaving.
No, you're not leaving, Anthony? Welcome back. Michaela Highland, red lights away, and Roman Sakis is going to go to round number 3. Running out the back door. 1241 on 1251. Roman had a little bit in the bank there. Once again, no box to 3 and 4. No box, lanes 3 and 4. Current points leader, Stefan Mraz, goes another round. Double breakout. He runs a 14:33 on his 14:37. Husband and wife matchup here. Brian Hampton, left lane, 88 Camaro. Jody Hampton, right lane, 81 Malibu wagon. Almost a Jody breaks out, 13:26 and a 13:30. Brian goes another round. Herman Zender, the Mustang convertible, moving over to the left lane for this round, dialed in at 1382. Robert France in the Trailblazer at 1254. Robert France the victory, a double breakout. He goes to 1252 on 1254. Herman a 1377 on a 1382. Next up, Bill Larson, dialed in at 1319. 1261 for Steve Weedy in the Trans Am. Bill out in front. Here comes Steve in the Trans Am trying to catch the Mustang. Bill Larson goes another round, runs a 1322 on a 1319 at 99. Forced Steve Weedy to break out, 1258 with a 9. Going to take a few minutes here to do some track prep. Get ready for the next round of no box. No box, you should be making your way up to 3 and 4. Attention Roman Sakas, car 318L. You're the potential buy in the next round of Street Eliminator. Mark Langfoss, car B350. You're the potential buy in Pro ET next round. Mark Langfoss, Pro ET next round, potential buy. The Rum Runner, 6 Chevy 2. Car goes way back into the U.S. 30 days. Ricky Pinion out of Palos Park, Illinois. Dialed in at 642. And Chris Wicker, 76 Buick, and it is Buick powered. 455 under the hood. Wheels up for Chris. Both cars go red. Ricky Pena gets the victory due to the crosstalk. 640 with a 4 on a 642 dial. True start, I'm sorry. Double entered box cars to 3 and 4. Double entered box cars to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, double entered box cars to lanes 3 and 4. Taylor Schleter, 671 dial in the S10. The Ford Pinto is Shane Pope, dialed in at 682. Double breakout. Shane Pope goes to the next round. Dave Manoni, beautiful 87 Monte Carlo. It's even got a sunroof in it. Up against Kevin Lancaster, that 37 Chevy with a big block. Beautiful car. Dave Manoni, 014 green, runs a 598 on his 595. Dave Metcha, 69 Camaro, dialed in at 644. Brando Carlson dialed in at 565 and his Camaro. Right-hand lane out of Montgomery, Illinois. Dave Metcha out of Morton Grove. Another double red. Brando Carlson takes the victory there. Runs a 565 with a 3 on his 565. Firebird of Brent Rutherford from Oregon, Illinois. Just down the road a piece. Dialed in at 676. Gets about a 1/10 of a second head start over Bob Dish in a 71 Vega wagon. Dialed in at 664. Brent Rutherford, 679 on his 676. Much better reaction time. Goes to round number 3. Jim Laughlin, 78 Malibu. Buck Davenport in the Camaro. That's 583 dial to Jim Laughlin, 648. Final call, double entered box for round 3. Final call, double entered box for round number 3. Jim Laughlin takes the win, 646 on the 648. Buck Davenport at 017 red. Z28 of Dan Roth from nearby Loves Park, dialed in at 615. Brian Dumdye in the 57 Chevy, dialed in at 594. All boxcars to the lanes. All boxcars to the lanes, please. Both cars right on their numbers. A 594 with a 7 on a 594 for Brian. A 615 with a 9 on a 615 for Dan. Brian Dumdye moves on to the next round. Come on, we need all boxcars. Let's go racing. We don't have to turn the lights on here tonight. We ran out of quarters. All box cars to the lanes, please. They're still in the program. Once again, all box cars still in the program. You need to be in staging lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4, fill up, overfill to 5 and 6. Lanes 3 and 4. Don't forget out there, racers. Support the Glory Day show here next weekend. If you're not racing, bring out some family and friends that have maybe never been out here before, and let them see some of the vintage drag racers that are here, the car show, and the swap meet. There'll be all kinds of front engine dragsters and altereds, even some motorcycles. And as you can tell, it'll be night racing under the lights Friday and Saturday night at beautiful Byron Dragway.
Super Pro Box round number 3. Mike Murray and Vince Magracina. Now Murray, Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, but he used to have a Monza, if I remember back in the day. Ran top Sportsman with that Monza. He has traded it in for the rear engine dragster you see here today. And probably since you last saw this car, he added a supercharger to it as well. So a little extra horsepower for Mike Murray in the left-hand lane of Crestwood, Illinois. 450 dial-in for Murray in the left-hand side. Paired up with Magracina, Vince Magracina, right-hand side, the 1980 Chevrolet Monza from Pecatonica. The head start goes to the Monza. He's out front. Can he stay there? Well, he can stay out front, but he'll break out of the process. Breaking out by 4 thou. Vince Magracina breaks out. Mike Murray is your winner. Brian Folk, Mitchell, Vincent, and what will be one for the ages. Vincent in the right-hand side of 485 dial-in for the calibration technician from St. Charles, Illinois. Brian Folk, the VP Racing Lubricants sponsored entry with a 465 dial-in for the red rear-engine dragster from Durand, Illinois. A reminder, Tim Vincent, 336V, Tim Vincent, potential buy. Please report to lane number 2 with entry number 336V for Tim Vincent. Brian Folk, Mitchell Vincent, fantastic race. And at the finish line, win line's going to go to Brian Folk in the left-hand side. 008 green for Folk, 10 green on the tree for Vincent on the right-hand side. Vincent will get there first, but break out of the process. Brian Folk is your winner, left-hand lane. Going to bring up Nate Kelly and Jeff Hyland. Hyland on the right-hand side. New arrival today. Was he in competition yesterday, Jeff Hyland? He was not. He showed up during the rain delay, but did not make. He did make it. Do I need to get another source of information? Because I feel like I've been misinformed. 470 dial-in for Highland on the right-hand side. 494 dial-in for Nate Kelly in the left-hand lane. This is round 3 of Super Pro Box. Hey, if you're tuned in watching live on Byron Dragway TV, thank you for watching. Hope you can make it out to the U.S. Bracket Nationals coming up over Labor Day weekend. Big race. We'll tell you more about it in just a minute. 009 red for Jeff Highland, and Nate Kelly is going to get away with one. So as mentioned, coming up in just a couple of weeks from now, the 47th annual U.S. Bracket Nationals, the original big money bracket race, the one that started it all, coming up here at Byron Dragway, Labor Day weekend. That is September 3rd, 4th, and 5th. $5,000 to win on Saturday, $10,000 to win on Sunday, and another $10,000 to win on Monday. NHRA.TV Challenge Wallies to the winners of all categories on Sunday. It's gonna be fun. DJ Matika and Jerry Kloss coming up now. Kloss in the pickup truck, right-hand side, a 688 dial-in for the pickup truck. DJ Matika with a 525 dial-in for the teenager. The teenager from Franksville, Wisconsin at the finish line. Taillights aglow for both cars. Both drivers go dead on the dial-in. Dead on 8 for Kloss. Dead on 1 for DJ Matika. Matika is the winner. 007 reaction time. Dead on 1, 8th thou total package. His margin of victory at the stripe is 21 thousandths of a second. A red light start for Brent Vincent, and Bruce Van Stratten's going to be the winner. 5:15.4 on the 5:16 dial-in. Vincent goes red by just 4 thousandths of a second. Brad Antonioni and Scott Zimmerman in a pair of rear engine tracks. Dead on 2 for Scott Zimmerman. Your winner, Brad Antonio, was red at the starting line. 007 red for Antonioni, and Scott Zimmerman lights the win light. Mike Bodenbright and Dennis D Valerio will be coming up next. A little bit of mop work at the starting line from competition director Jeff Spearling and assistant starter Terry Simpson. You know, if there's one theme to describe Super Pro Box in 2022, it is horsepower. Never have we seen more supercharged, pro-charged, and Vortec-charged dragsters than we do in 2022. And boy, that has been a real treat for us. Dennis D Valerio, a 426 dial-in in the left-hand side, paired up with Mike Bonebright at a 490 dial-in for the dragster in the right-hand side. D Valerio in what is the second quickest car on the property. And D Valerio's going to shut it down early. Bonebright goes red. D Valerio advances to the next round. Well, Dominic Bowden at the starting line. His son, Braden Bowden, assisting with the crew chief duties this weekend. A 442 dial-in for Bowden, the owner of Manhattan Collision. In the left-hand side, Pat Gillespie, right-hand lane. A Dodge Daytona 85 model. Out of Pecatonica, Illinois, with the BarCow.com sponsored door slammer. 002 red for Bowden. That'll give the automatic win to Pat Gillespie on the right-hand side. Gillespie going to keep it to the floor all the way out the back door. 533 with the 4 on the 534 dial-in. 129 miles per hour for Pat Gillespie. Shane Pope and Dave Ansel coming up next. Ansel on the right-hand side came into the weekend a top 10 contender in Super Pro. He is a buyback, no longer earning points at this time, but he is in damage control mode. Shane Pope, he's in the points in a big way with 2 entries. His no-box car already advanced into round number 3. Into round number 4 already. Gosh, that pin will go so many rounds. And his box entry, dragster left-hand side, came into today 8th place in points. And Pope will do it again. Dead on 2, 12 on the tree, 14 thou total package for Shane Pope in the left-hand side. Gets there first, gets the win by 9 thou over Dave Ansel. Ansel was dead on 4, but left just a little too much at the starting line. Kevin Robertson and Eddie Banderowicz Jr. staging up and just about ready to go. Banderowicz in the Camaro right-hand side, of 475 dial-in for the Midwest Top Sportsman regular. 436 dial-in for Robertson and the Pro Charged dragster from Port Washington, Wisconsin. And win line's going to go to Eddie Banderowicz Jr. Both drivers go dead on the dial-in. Robertson 436 with the 6 on the 436 dial-in. Banderowicz 475 with an 8 on the 475 dial-in. This race decided at the starting line. Banderowicz with the better reaction time. Nick Folk and T.C. Williams. Folk in the left-hand side. The touring professional driver from Durand, Illinois. A former world champion of the NHRA. He's got a 450 dial-in for Folk. T.C. Williams on the right-hand side. He's not just a rising star anymore. He is an absolute star in Super Pro, especially after his 3-win year in 2021. He has a 474 dial-in on the right-hand side for T.C. Williams. And Folk shuts it down early, 5:10 on the 450 dial-in. TC Williams takes it on through, coasting through to a 486 elapsed time at 122 miles per hour over Nick Folk. Well, here is the fastest car on the property. Greg Rouleau, who has dialed it up one number every round. Started the day at a 397 dial, then a 398. Here he's all the way up to a 399. For the rear engine dragster from Menominee, Michigan, Greg Rouleau, paired up with a blown four-link car of Tom Gibson on the right-hand side. Greg Rouleau, dead on one, gets the win by 1 thou at the stripe. And oh yeah, he was going 175 miles per hour at the stripe. Gibson was dead on 8, Rouleau dead on 1, 18 ten-thousandths of a second, little over 1 thou. That's the margin of victory for Greg Rouleau. How about that? Ricky Pena and Mike Schlatter coming up now. Schlatter on the right-hand side, a 661 dial-in for the Olds, 442 and across Plains, Wisconsin. Pena, 642 dial-in for the Rum Runner Chevy 2. Red line start for Schlatter. He'll go red by 10 thou at the starting line, and Ricky Pena is your winner. J.J. Poplowski and Taylor Schlatter at the starting line. Poplowski, the patriotic dragster right-hand side on the McHenry, Illinois. He'll be the winner as Schlatter will go red by 3 thousandths of a second. He shuts it down early, coasting through just 101 the speed for Schlatter. Pro Eliminator. We are looking for Pro Eliminator. Lanes 9 and 10, lanes 9 and 10. Final call, box double entries. If you are double entered in box, then please have a representative connect with our staging lane director. Final call, box cars. We do not want to miss you. Pro Eliminator, lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator, round number 3 to lanes 9 and 10. Mark Langfoss. Mark Langfoss, please report to lane number 8. You are the potential buy in round number 3 of Pro Eliminator. Mitchell Vincent, Scott LaBuddy. Should be a very good matchup between these two. Mitchell Vincent, your winner. 004 reaction time and dead on 6. So Vincent is your winner, left-hand side. That'll bring up Ed Banderowicz Sr. and Eric Grace, pair of drivers that normally face off in the top sportsman category. Eric has a split-window Chevrolet Corvette in top sportsman, but he's got the rear-engine dragster here today. 446 dial-in for Grace on the right-hand side. 5-flat dial-in for Ed Banderowicz Sr. and that 66 Chevelle from Lake Bluff, Illinois. Second call, Pro Eliminator. Second call, Pro Eliminator. We are looking for Pro Eliminator. To the lanes, please. Win life goes to Eric Grace, going dead on 2. 19 green on the tree. 21,000 total package for Eric Grace. Banderowicz was great at the tree. 006 reaction time, but just could not run the number. He's 2 over the dial-in. Eric Race gets there first, gets the win by 11 thousandths of a second. Vince Magaracina and John Schober. Vince Magaracina double entered. He is down to his final entry to the left-hand side. And the win line, it's going to go to John Schober, going dead on 5 and picking up the win over Vince Magaracina. That'll bring up Tim Vincent. Who will use his bye to conclude this round of number 3 of Super Pro Box. Pro Eliminator, be ready to go. You are coming out next. Sportsman Class. Sportsman Class will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Herman Zender, car number 100. Herman Zender, you are the potential bye. Please report to lane number 4. Sportsman to 5 and 6. Herman Zender to lane number 4.
Round 3, Pro AT coming into the water box. Frank Kraus, longtime pro racer. In that same car for many years now. Up against a kind of a newcomer, but been around the junior ranks for quite a while. The Ansel family car. With Jordan Ansel behind the wheel. Round 4, no box. Potential buy is Dave Manoni. Car 342T. Dave Manoni, potential buy. Well, Frank Kraus gives it away to the youngster. Jordan Ansel, 1085 dial. Runs a 1086 with a 7. Another young gun here, Joe Cotton, racing today from St. John's, Indiana, in that AMC Javelin, up against Terry Heller, a 71 Vega. Terry dialed at 1125, Joe Cotton at a 1043. Terry Heller takes it on the tree and takes it on the other end. 11:30 on 11:25 dial. Brando Carlson. Brando Carlson, Marty Thornton. Brando takes it with a 911 on 9 flat dial. Marty Thornton a little bit off, a 937 on a 929. Greg Darm dialed in 1160s, already pre-staged and staged. Here comes Ed Kroll. Ed Kroll with a victory at 1080. Forced Greg to break out 11:59 with an 8 on 11:60. Greg Meyer up next, the 68 GTO, dialed in at 10:55. Mike Kersey still going rounds in an 84 Olds Cutlass with a 350 Olds small block. Going to get about a half a second head start. Greg Meyer gets the victory via the red light. Runs a 1080 on a 1055. Final call to Sportsmen. You should be in lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Sportsmen to 5 and 6. Here we go, Sportsman Eliminator. Robert France, the Trailblazer, dialed in at 1254. Joe Zender, dialed in at 1382. Street Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Pretty much dead even off the line. Robert France takes the victory at 1260 on his 1254. Joe Zender broke out 1378 on a 1382. Jody Hampton in the Malibu, away first. Andy Brody dialed in at 1274, trying to chase her down. And he does, 1287 on 1274. Forced Jody to break out, 1332 on a 1333. Yeah, Street Eliminator is rolling to 1 and 2. If you're still in the program with Street Eliminator, you should be in 1 and 2. Brett Michael, 007 Red, gives the victory to Chuck Segretti in the 2019 Challenger. Chuck dialed 1227, runs a 1271. Steve Weedy in the Trans Am, left lane. Terry Eller in the Vega, dialed in at 1134 to Steve's 1258. All Terry Heller there. 011 green, runs 1148 on his 1134. Looked like he got out of it down there. Steve Weedy ran a 1258 with a 2 on his 1258, but didn't help himself on the tree. By goes to Larry McMullen, the AMC Pacer out of Elwood, Illinois. Larry dialed in at 1250. And runs a 1251 with a 3. Great pass. Call goes out to no box, back to 3 and 4. No box to 3 and 4, please. Here we go. Current points leader Steven Mraz. Dialed in at 1434. Bill Larson, I think, is currently probably in third place here. Stefan Mraz is the guy he needs to take out if he's going to move on up in the food chain here for the next bracket race here. Oh. $13.21 on a $13.19 for Bill. Can't do it. Stefan Mraz at $14.43 on his $14.34. Brian Hampton up next in the Chevy SUV, dialed in at 17:04, getting a big head start over Robert France, dialed in at 12:54 in the 07 Trailblazer. Need no box to 3 and 4. No box to 3 and 4. Robert France, 12:63 on a 12:54. Joe Zender, 95 Camaro. Dialed in at 1382. Roman Sakis, who hasn't raced in 2 years, gone quite a few rounds here today, dialed in at 1251. And Roman's going to go another round, and I think Roman might have just lucked his way through here because I believe he'll get a Byron next round, and that would put him in the final. If there's any double entered box cars, if there's still any of you out there, please come to 5 and 6. That's double entered box to 5 and 6. Double entered box to 5 and 6.
Well, that is a ringing endorsement of the Dragway Diner. Greg Darm delivering some ice cream to the rest of the Streeter contingent at the starting line. What a swell guy. That's their tradition. Whenever they go out in eliminations, if the diner's open, they go get ice cream. They call it the ice cream round. It is a kind of a consolation, if you will. I don't know if it's a reward so much as it a way to, you know, swallow the pain of loss, you know. It's like a medication that makes you feel better. It's just a little dish to absorb your tears while they're coming out after losing the round of eliminations. So the diner is open, and clearly they are serving ice cream, and half of the starting line crew is indulging in that delicious treat. Remember the movie Days of Thunder, Charlie? Have you seen Days of Thunder, the Tom Cruise flick? Oh, yeah, there's not a new one. They have not, Hollywood has not remade that one yet. Not yet. They got a couple of fresh ideas still. They haven't remade that one. But do you remember Cole Trickle wanted a pit? And they said, we can't pit. He says, why? We're eating ice cream. Well, we can't go into round number 4 because, well, we're eating ice cream. That's not true. We are ready for round number 4. Super Pro No Box is in the staging lanes. The track is drug prepped and ready to go. Dave Minoni is our potential buy here in round number 4 of Super Pro No Box. On the box side, Mitchell Vincent 3108, our potential buy in round 4 of Super Pro Box. Mitchell, if you would, please report to lane number 2. And we are looking for all box cars to lanes 5 and 6, staging lanes 5 and 6 at this time. Super Pro Box, we need you to the lanes, please, for round number 4 of eliminations. Charlie, don't go anywhere. You're going to want to buckle up for this one. Ricky Pena and Shane Pope, 2 of the best. Pena, left-hand side of that Rum Runner Chevy 2. He was noticeably absent a couple of weekends ago here. But the wellness check came back all right. He was okay, and he is back this weekend. Ricky Pena, left-hand side, paired up with the points leader, Shane Pope, who is still double-entered in no box as well as box. And that very competitive Ford Pinto from Mount Morris, Illinois. Head start's going to go to Pope, and he has been seemingly untouchable in the Pinto this year. And the Pinto has met his match in Ricky Pena in the Rum Runner Chevy 2. 008 reaction time for Pena. 28 green for Pope. Win light to Ricky Pena. And just like that, the door has opened and the points leader has been knocked out in round number 4 of Super Pro No Box. Brent Rutherford and gentleman Jim Laughlin at the starting line. Laughlin in the Malibu. Rutherford in the Pontiac. The Firebird is out front. He's got the head start. Here comes Laughlin at the finish line. Both drivers will go dead on the dial-in. Rutherford dead on 0:007 reaction time. Wow, right on the money. Rutherford is your winner over gentleman Jim Laughlin. Brando Carlson trying to get it done this weekend, as his wife, Barb, is celebrating her birthday at the Playground of Power. You know, he offered her wherever she wanted to go in the world. They were going to celebrate her birthday. Could have gone to Rome, could have gone to Hawaii. She said, no, I want to be at Byron Dragway. to celebrate and blow out the candles in winner's circle. So Brando Carlson trying to get it done for his wife Barb on her birthday weekend. He's got a tough customer in Brian Dundee on the opposite side. At the finish line, win line's going to go to Brando Carlson. 5:66 and a 5:65 dial-in. Carlson is your winner. Dundee got there first, broke out by 1/1000th of a second. And Barb Carlson is hoping to blow out some birthday candles in winner's circle at day's end. But we still got some racing to do. Dave Minoni, beautiful Chevrolet Monte Carlo, will collect his buy to conclude this round. Final call, boxcars. Final call, Super Pro Box. We need you for round number 4. Check out the Wheels Up launch. Terry McGraw, tell me you captured that one. What a wheel stand from Dave Minoni. 5:93 is his elapsed time. Terry, where did he set the front tires down? Was it just before the 60-foot cube? Right about the 60-foot cube. Race director Jeff Spearling wanders out, and he said, yes, Dave Minoni's tires did leave the touchdown mark right between the Christmas tree and the 60-foot cube. The door has opened. Points leader Shane Pope went out earlier this round. Tim Vincent comes in today, second place in points, 6 points back from Shane Pope. And he has an opportunity here to chip away at Shane Pope's lead. Got a tough customer in the opposite lane, though. That is Eddie Banderowicz Jr. in the Camaro. 475 dial-in for Banderowicz. 482 dial-in for Tim Vincent in the dragster. Tim Vincent will get the job done. He'll get there first and gets the win by 7 thou at the stripe over Eddie Banderowicz Jr. DJ Matika and Bruce Van Stratten. Van Stratten in the dragster with a 515 dial-in. Matika, the teenager, with a 524 dial-in, and the IROC Z Chevrolet Camaro from Franksville, Wisconsin. How about the young gun, DJ Matika, 007 reaction time. 1 over the dial-in. He'll pick up the win over Bruce Van Stratten. Van Stratten got there first. He breaks out by 13 thou at the finish line. DJ Matika will advance with the Camaro. A quick cleanup at the starting line. They'll give the signal for Scott Zimmerman and Mike Murray to fire their engines. Mike Murray, Scott Zimmerman. Wow, Zimmerman had this one in the bag. A 009 reaction time, got there first with lots of room at the stripe, but he's going to break out by 3 thou. Wind light to Murray in the left-hand side. Brian Folk and Eric Grace, 2 quick dragsters. 464 dial in for Folk in the left-hand side. 446 dial in for Eric Grace in the right-hand side. 003 red for Brian Folk. Automatic win goes to Eric Grace. 447 on the 446 dial in. Pro Eliminator to lanes 9 and 10. Ed Kroll, 5377. Ed Kroll, you are potential buy in rounder number 4 of Pro Eliminator. Sportsman class. What do we got going on in Sportsman class? Terry Heller, 5280. Potential buy in Sportsman. A red line start for Pat Gillespie by 003. Red gives the win to Dennis D Valerio. How about that, Dennis D Valerio? 004 reaction time. He'll go 431 with the 1 on the 426 dial-in. D Valerio advancing to round number 5. Nate Kelly and T.C. Williams, 2 young guns, coming up now. They are both about 21 years of age, I do believe. 498 for Kelly, left-hand side. 474 for T.C. Williams. Kelly's still in competition from the Route 66 revival. He is going to Bowling Green. Going to try to collect a little extra money, 2 races in 1 till, sort of. T.C. Williams is the winner. 11 green on the tree. Both drivers off the mark by considerable amount. 512 on the 498 for Kelly. 480 on the 474 for T.C. Williams. As though they were playing a game of hot potato with the stripe down there. No, you take it. No, you take it. No, I want you to take it. I insist. You take it. All right, I'll have it. T.C. Williams gets there first, gets the win. And a little game of hot potato at the finish line. Pro Eliminator. We are looking for Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Ed Kroll. Hey, you are there in lane number 8. Thank you, Ed. You are the potential buy. We'll have to ask the golf carts to pull out of the lanes, please. We'll need to make room for Pro ET. If we could have the golf carts at the head of the lanes, please pull forward. The quickest car on the property had a perfect reaction time and goes dead on one. Greg Rouleau with a 1,000 total package. Truly unbelievable. 172 miles per hour. 001 total combo. Wow, what a performance. We have a golf cart at the head of lane number 9. Could we please relocate the golf cart at the head of lane number 9? Ricky Pena. He is double entered in box and a no box, and he is down to his lone entry on the no box side now. Red light start for Pena, 008 red, and J.J. Poplowski is your winner, 552 on the 550 dial-in. And this is the final pair of Super Pro box cars, Mitchell Vincent and Shane Pope. Pope in the right-hand side down to his lone entry. He is in the top 10 with his box car. Paired up with Mitchell Vincent, who is the potential buy coming into this round. He's at the left-hand side. 484 for Vincent, 472 for Pope. And Shane Pope will turn on the win light. 473 on the 472 dial-in. 14 green on the tree for Pope. Vincent's going to get there first by 8 thou and break out by 3 thou. So there was a very, very small window of opportunity, but Pope will prevail. Thank you to the Weeds for coming on out. Thank you for coming. Safe travels back home. Sportsman class. Sportsman class, we need you to the lanes, please. So lanes 5 and 6 for Sportsman class. Terry Heller, potential buy in Sportsman. Looks like he's over in lane 10 right now for Pro Eliminator. Terry, when you get done with this round, if you could, come on over to lane 4 for Sportsman. Thank you to the Lancasters. Safe travels back to Shannon. Roman Sakis carries the bye in Street Eliminator. Roman, you'll report to lane 3 when we call street. Brent Rutherford is the new potential buy for round number 5. Super Pro, no box. Brent was 007 and dead on 0. 7th out total package for Brent Rutherford. And he is the potential buy, round number 5 of Super Pro, no box. Greg Rouleau, perfect light in round 4. You are the new potential buy for round 5 of Super Pro box. Greg Rouleau, perfect light, dead on 1. Come get you some. You are the new potential buy in round 5 of Super Pro box. Charlie to call the quarter-mile classes, round number 4 of Pro Eliminator. Sportsman class set to come out in just a moment. Street Eliminator. Street Eliminator will take you to lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2.
Thank you, Randy. Getting down to the nitty-gritty here. I believe there's 6 cars left here in this round of Pro ET. Brando Carlson dialed in at 9 flat with an 80 Camaro. Jordan Ansel in that beautiful 65 Malibu dialed in at 1085. Street Eliminator to lanes, please. Street Eliminator. Jordan Ansel goes red. Brando Carlson goes to the semifinals. Runs a 892 on his 9 flat dial. Mark Langfoss. The Mopar dialed in 1004. Terry Heller in the Baker, dialed in at 1126. Mark Langfoss, another heads up, wheels up charge. Takes the win, 1007. Hit a 006 green. The Mopar goes to the next round. Greg Meyer, 68 GTO, 1057 dial. Ed Kroll, the 67 Camaro, dialed in at 1075 in that gray Beal auto service entry. Wheels up for Greg Meyer. Ed Kroll. Ed Kroll takes the victory at 10.76 on a 10.75. Forced Greg Meyer to break out at 10.56 on a 57. Breaks out by 9 thousandths. Final call, Street Eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Or 1 and 2, Byron and 3. Here we go, quarterfinals, Sportsman Eliminator. We're good. First out will be Robert France. The Trailblazer dialed at 1254. Chuck Segretti dialed at 1227 in the Challenger. Robert France going to the semifinals. Takes it through 1253 with a 7 on his 1254 dial. 3 thousandths off this package there. Chuck Segretti gave it away. Andy Brody up next, 92 Mustang. Andy out of Lockport, Illinois, dialed in at 1273. Up against Larry McMullen, 78 AMC Pacer. 1251 dial. This Pacer may look different, but it's really a serious race car. He's been to the Summit ET Finals several times over the years, as has Andy Brody. Larry McMullen takes the victory, 1252. With a 0 on a 1251 dial. Terry Heller taking the bye run, going into the semifinals. 11:29 with a 6, only 4 thousandths off. Had a 001 green. He is ready. Waiting on our street eliminator cars to come out now. Need no box back to 3 and 4. No box back to 3 and 4. Box to 5 and 6. Box to 5 and 6. Here we go. Semifinal street eliminator. Robert Franson, the Trailblazer, dialed in at 12:54. Steven Mraz, 2014 Camaro, dialed in at 14:33. Steven Mraz out in front. Here comes Robert trying to chase him down. Pretty much dead even at the 1,000 foot. Oh, somebody got out of it down there. It didn't work, I don't think. 14:34 victory for Steven Mraz. He's going to go into the final. And probably the story of the day in Street Eliminator, Roman Sakis hasn't raced in a couple of years. I'm not even sure if he's been to Byron before, but he's going to be going to the finals today. No points, that's right. No, he hasn't been around in a couple of years. He told me out there earlier. He has been to the Summit Finals. He's a good racer, and A really great guy if you ever get a chance to talk to him. Roman dialed at 12:51. Runs at 12:54 with a 0, and he had a 005 green, so he is ready for that final.
Round number 5, Super Pro No Box. We got Ricky Pena, Palos Park, the Chevy Nova, Brando Carlson out of the 80 Camaro. Round number 5, 4 cars remaining. Who will it be? The Nova, the Camaro. Left lane, Nova, right lane, Camaro. Red light start, right lane, Ricky Pena, your winner, 003. Then he goes dead on 5. 003 light, dead on 5, 8,000s. Come get some. Brett Rutherford, 676. Dave Manoni, 593 in the 87 Monte Carlo. That is a wraparound window Monte Carlo. Very rare car right there. Here we go. We got a drag race. Too close to call. Finish line. Give the win to Dave Manoni. Goes 1 over for the win. Brett breaks out by 2. Brett a little better on the tree. Dave better at the big end. Left lane, we have the CPA. Right lane, the auto body technician out of Brooklyn, Wisconsin. Marengo, Illinois for Tim Vincent is home. The CPA, left lane, body man, the right lane. If you have ever been to Brooklyn, Wisconsin, you can count the number of homes on one hand, and one of them happens to be Eric Grace. So be very, very easy to find, especially around Halloween time, they tell me. Lots of toilet paper. Eric is definitely the most popular guy in Brooklyn, Wisconsin. Tim Vincent's out front. Here comes Eric. Give the win to Tim Vincent. He goes 486 on the 484. Eric 448. Tim better at the Christmas tree. Tim's moving up in this points chase now. Dad Randy's really happy about that win. Mike Murray, Crestwood, Illinois. 450 for Mike. Shane Pope. Shane Pope doing really good in points here too. 472 for Shane. Shane, 2 cars in the top 10 in points this year at Byron Dragway. That is unbelievable. Red light start for Mike. Shane Pope goes 14 on the tree. Then he goes 473 on the 472 at 145 mile an hour. Right lane, we got a $160,000 winner here just a year ago, T.C. Williams, the student from Winnebago, Illinois. Dennis D Valerio, very fast car here. 431 for Dennis. He also won $100,000 here not too many years ago. Both cars pre-staged. They're both in. TC will take off. They're chasing down. Very close. Finish line. Give the win to TC Williams. Double breakout. Dennis breaks out by more. Dennis, much better at the Christmas tree. Just wanted to stripe a little bit too much. TC Williams moving on. TC Williams camp looks very, very happy over there. DJ Machika, left lane, 525. Right lane, JJ Pepelowski, 552 over there in the right lane for JJ. Camaro's out front. Let's see what happens. He's got it. DJ moving on, goes dead on 6 with the 007 light. JJ goes dead on with the 1, only 25 light. 13 thou was the difference in that race. DJ. Next, the fastest car on the property, Greg Rouleau. He's dialed in with the 397. Brand new car from Chromeworks. This is a commercial fisherman here, Greg Rouleau, 397. Here we go. Whoa! How about trip, zip, perfect. Then he goes 393, 182 mile per hour. Wow.
Well, you notice one thing that was interesting about Rouleau's car. It's leaving in a higher gear. It runs 393. He had perfect light. He left in low gear that time? He did. He left in low gear that time. So it went 182 miles an hour. But check this out. How about a 60-foot time of a .983? Under 1 second, 60-foot time. He's got that thing moving. So Greg Rouleau, the commercial fisherman, is going on to the next round. Oh, you mean that was it wasn't a 001 light. It was a perfect light last round and a perfect light this round? So Rouleau. Wow, so 2 perfect lights back to back for Rouleau. All right, Pro Eliminator drivers to staging. Pro Eliminator drivers to staging. Ed Kroll, I do believe, carries the bye run. Then we need Street Eliminator and Sportsman drivers to the lanes. Street, Sportsman, and Pro, all drivers report to the lanes, please. So Pro, Street, and Sportsman drivers to the lanes. Sportsman by is D447. D447. Robert France. Robert France, I think, is D447. So, Street, Sportsman, and Pro Eliminator to the lanes. Street, Sportsman, and Pro Eliminator to the lanes.
We find ourselves at the semi-final round of Pro Eliminator, semi-final round of Sportsman, and an all-Camaro final round in Street Eliminator set to come up here in just a moment. Looks like we've got all the cars. This is round number 5 of Pro Eliminator. Brando Carlson and Mark Langfoss. Well, great matchup right here. Langfoss in that Dodge right-hand side. 1203 dial-in. Carlson in the Camaro left-hand side. Quarter-mile competition. And this one is a doozy. At the finish line, one light's going to go to Mark Langfoss. 10:01 with an 8 on the 10:03 dial-in. A 001 reaction time for Mark Langfoss. And he is the winner on the right-hand side over Brando Carlson. DJ Matika, 362, you are the new potential buy in round number 6 of Super Pro Box. And Ed Kroll, 10 on the tree. How about that? We had a 001, an 015, and a 10, all in Pro Eliminator. Absolutely stellar reaction times in the semifinal round of Pro. That'll set the stage. Mark Langfoss and Ed Kroll set to do battle in the final round of Pro Eliminator. We find ourselves now in the semifinal round of Sportsman class. Larry McMullen and Terry Heller. Larry McMullen in the Pacer. There are no blind spots in this car. Left-hand side at 1247 dial-in for McMullen. 1129 for Terry Heller in the Vega. A red light start for McMullen, and Terry Heller gets the win. And Robert France will be back for the final round in Sportsman class. Roman Sakis and Stefan Mraz coming up now. Steven on the right-hand side. This is the final round of Street Eliminator. 1430 dial-in for Steven. In the 2014 model Camaro, that is the maroon one from Summit, Illinois on the right-hand side. Roman Sakis coming out of a 2-year hiatus. Was a frequent driver at Route 66 Raceway, and he has come to Byron Dragway, and we are thankful for it. Red light start for Sakis at the left-hand side, and Steven Mraz is your winner in Street Eliminator this Sunday. 1440 on the 1430 dial-in. Steven Mraz, congratulations. You are the Street Eliminator class winner. Terry McGraw is already headed to the winner's circle to snap some photos. So, Steven, if you've got your radio tuned to 87.9 FM, make sure you swing on by the winner's circle, see Terry McGraw, and get your photo as the Street Eliminator class winner. Looking for no box to 3 and 4, no box lanes 3 and 4, box cars 2, 5, and 6. Box cars lanes 5 and 6. DJ Matika, 362, entry number 362. You are the potential buy. So DJ, if you would, you can just hang out all the way in the back there. That would be just fine. Looking for no box, lanes 3 and 4. No box, lanes 3 and 4. We are in round number 6 of Super Pro Box. Tim Vincent and T.C. Williams. Vincent making some headway in the points championship here this Sunday. Shane Pope, the points leader, bowed out about 2 rounds ago. Vincent has not bought back in the left-hand lane. He is earning points at this time. Vincent left-hand side, T.C. Williams in the right-hand lane. 485 dialing for Vincent, 474 for Williams. Tim Vincent, your winner, going dead on 1, picking up the win in the left-hand side over T.C. Williams. That'll bring up Greg Rouleau Is that right? He's got it dialed all the way down to a 392. 392 dialing for Rouleau. In the left-hand side, 472 dialing for Shane Pope. How about that, Greg Rouleau? 4 flat on the 392. He'll get the win. Pope got there first, and let me tell you what. When you're going a $146 and another car is closing in at a 28-mile-per-hour difference in speed, that's hard to see. Pope got there first, but broke out, and Rouleau is your winner in the left-hand side. That'll bring up DJ Matika, who will collect his buy to conclude this round. A 524 dial-in from Matika, who I believe is just 18 years of age. Talented young man, was double enter to begin the day today. And certainly, if people didn't know the name DJ Matika before today, I'm going to go on to say that he went on to turn plenty of heads today. So the cat's out of the bag. DJ Matika is the real deal. 20 green on the tree, 526 on the 524 dial-in. We're down to 3 cars in Super Pro box. 2 remain in no box. Dave Minoni and Ricky Pena. We'll take Pro Eliminator and Sportsman to the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator and Sportsman Class Finals will take you to the lanes, please. Lanes 5 and 6 for Sportsman. Lanes 5 and 6 for Sportsman. And Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Captain cracking the window open, I see. It is like a beautiful fall day at Player on the Power. What'd you do this weekend, Camden? Dry a racetrack? Be the clock operator? The final two cars in Super Pro no box, Ricky Pena and Dave Minoni. That Minoni car on the right-hand side, a Chevrolet Monte Carlo, been very photogenic on the right-hand side of the track, carrying the front tires past the Christmas tree on more than one occasion today. He's got a 594 dial-in for Minoni. Pena, the Chevy 2, double-entered, has been a very, very busy man today, going many rounds in box as well as no box. At this time, it's going to be Dave Minoni. He'll advance his way all the way into the final round to race for the money. 596 at the 594 dial-in. Congratulations to Dave Minoni. He'll be in the final round runoff of Super Pro box no box. The Sportsman class final coming to the water box at this time. Sportsman class final, Robert France, Terry Heller. Great match. France, a multi-time track champion. Heller can say the same. Heller, a winner already this year in the Vega right-hand side. France, I believe, still searching for the first win of 2022. Don't quote me on that. France is out front in the Trailblazer SS. Can he keep it out in front of Terry Heller at the stripe? Scoreboard says Robert France is your winner, going dead on 0, picking up the win over Terry Heller. And that'll have a big smile on the face of Robert France as he'll drive back around and meet Terry McGraw in the Byron Dragway winner circle for a photo op with that very clean Trailblazer SS. Pro Eliminator final round. Ed Kroll, Mark Langfoss. Langfoss had a 001 reaction time in the previous round. Ed Kroll was 10 green. So these are two very talented leavers at the starting line. The Camaro, Ed Kroll will leave first. 1076 is his dial-in. And about 3/4 of a second later, Mark Langfoss is going to turn that 65 Dodge loose. Try to chase down the Chevy. Pair of green lights. Langfoss trying to get there. Will he reach the finish line first? Yes, he will. 10:05 for the 10:02 dial-in. 12 green on the tree. Langfoss, an absolutely impressive performance today. He'll get the win over Ed Kroll. Kroll misses the tree by just a bit at the starting line. That'll open the door for Langfoss. A job well done to Ed Kroll and company, and a big congratulations to your $1,000 winner and Pro Eliminator, Mark Langfoss. And Terry McGraw racking up the steps. He is headed to the winner's circle once more, this time for Pro Eliminator. 3 cars remain in Super Pro box. Tim, Vincent, and Greg Rouleau paired up right here. This is interesting. The 3 cars remaining have all had a Byron today, so it starts over from the previous round. DJ Matika was 20 green on the tree. Rouleau was 21 green, and Vincent was 30. So Vincent and Rouleau, they're paired up. Matika with his second Byron of the day forthcoming. Vincent to the left-hand side, your points leader. Not points leader, but he is still earning points, trying to catch up to Shane Pope in the standings. 480 dial in for Vincent, left-hand side. 399 for Greg Rouleau. And win line's going to go to Tim Vincent in the left-hand side. 481 on the 480 dial in. Vincent is the winner. Rouleau goes 398 on the 399 dial, and he'll break out by 100th at the stripe. Vincent got there first, got the win. So it'll be Tim Vincent and DJ Matika, the final 2 box cars. I'm not sure that I've ever seen this in my years of doing this track stuff, but DJ Matika is going to get 2 Byrons in a row. Like we said, all 3 remaining cars have had a bye. Matika had the better line of anybody in the previous round. 525 dial in for DJ Matika on his second Byron of the day. .524 with a 5 and a 525 dial-in. DJ Matika, Tim Vincent. That'll set the stage for the final 2 box cars. And the winner comes back to face Dave Minoni in the $5,000 to win Super Pro final round today. The final two Super Pro box cars are in the water box area. Tim Vincent and DJ Matika. A couple of weeks ago, Tim Vincent found himself at the top of the point standings, and he said, you know, I never gave much thought to winning a track championship. But I think over time he has given it more and more consideration, and you can tell that he is driving with a little extra chip on his shoulder with that in his sights. Shane Pope bowed out about 3 rounds ago. So Tim Vincent continuing to earn points and chip away at that points lead. Vincent on the left-hand side, a 481 dial-in. Twice he has been a winner at Byron Dragway in just the last calendar year. Dating back to the Fall Bracket Nationals last October. And just back in June, right here this year. So Vincent trying to get to the winner's circle for the 3rd time in the last 12 months. Standing in his way, the teenager from Wisconsin, DJ Matika. A Chevrolet Camaro with a 524 dial-in on the right-hand side. DJ Matika, 005 reaction time and 1 over the dial-in. He will advance in the final $1,000 to win final round over Tim Vincent. Vincent's 2 over the dial-in. Matika is 1 over the dial-in and a 005 reaction time to go with it as well. So that sets the stage. Dave Manoni, he's already there with the Monte Carlo, the no-box representative. He's going to hang out there in lane number 3 and wait for DJ Matika in an all-door car. Final round with a $5,000 prize. This is the $5,000 to win final round of the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series. Super Pro box, no box. I will tell you what, the no box cars have certainly been having their way as of late at Byron Dragway. So it is hard to rule out the no boxers. That's Dave Manoni, and this may well be his first appearance at Byron Dragway in the 2022 season. He's got that wheel-standing Monte Carlo in the left-hand side. Paired up with the young gun, the teenager, DJ Matika in the IROC Z. Chevrolet Camaro, big wheels up launch for the Monte Carlo. He's out front. Can he stay there? Yes, the no boxer will get it done. And look at this. A 002 reaction time for Dave Manoni and dead on 5. That is a 7,000 total package for today's $5,000 to win champion, Dave Manoni. A job well done to the entire Matika crew. What a fantastic performance. I believe all of Super Pro is on notice. DJ Matika is here, and he is here to get down to business. So a job well done to the Matika crew. And a big congratulations to Dave Manoni. So if we could have DJ and if we could have Dave both make their way to the Byron Dragway winner's circle. Terry McGraw of Shutter Speed Photography, he will be headed down there to shoot the photos in the winner's circle and pick up the big check for Dave Manoni. A big thank you to Terry McGraw. Don't forget, you can pick up photos from TerryMcGrawPhotography.com. Look him up. He's got a great Flickr account down there. You can pick from the photos. He'll have them printed and ready for you at the next race, Labor Day weekend. The 47th Annual U.S. Bracket Nationals coming up. That's a wrap for this weekend. Safe travels home. Thanks for watching on YouTube, and we'll catch you again next weekend. 3 days of glory days. Vintage Drag Race, Car Show, and Swap Meet presented by Jim Casales Mobile Truck Repair. Thank you and good night.